as a baby on Thursday, July 9th, 1947, 8:08 a.m. One gentle San Francisco morning. Coordinates 37-80736 by -122.41848. I had been marinating in my mother's fluid pouch for months beforehand. I recall those days fondly. Kicking, spinning around, listening to Mozart. I really found myself in that period, with so much free time on my hands to explore my hobbies. But all of that changed the moment I passed through mommy's flesh threshold. For when I took my first breath of cold air under those blinding fluorescent hospital lights, at that exact moment, about 290 light years away from St. Joseph's Hospital, was none other than orange K-type giant star Beta Cancri, which, from my San Fran perspective, happened to be more or less 140 degrees shy of the rising morning sun as viewed from the hospital bed window. This admittedly massively offset, semi-synchronistic alignment of unfathomably distant celestial bodies, as viewed from my perspective, would prove to be the most important moment of my entire life and would inform virtually every aspect of my personality, career, sex life, and financial situation. As I'm sure you know, Beta Cancri is the brightest star in the constellation of Cancer, and that means now I, that baby, am a Cancer as my astrological sun sign. That's right, the constellation Cancer shines through me. Well, let me clarify. The moment I was born, the sun was not actually literally in front of the real constellation of Cancer. The sun was in the sliver of the sky that possesses the metaphorical properties of Cancer, more so than the real physical position of Cancer itself. The constellation, not the horrible, horrible disease. Sorry, yeah, I know this is confusing. The actual constellation doesn't actually matter anymore. It's very far away from the Cancer sliver and really totally irrelevant to Western astrology, but I still kind of like thinking about it. But no, yeah, it was just that part of the year when the sun was in the arbitrarily designated sky sliver that we gave a name to that was inspired by the Cancer constellation. 2,000 years ago, when the ancients invented this shit, yeah, the Cancer constellation was more or less aligned with the Cancer sky sliver, hence the term. But over the centuries, changes in Earth's orbit have caused the stars to appear to drift. They're very far away now. But believe it or not, it was the sky sliver that mattered, not the constellation. They're just coincidentally both crab-like. Isn't that funny? And yeah, as we all know, crabs are known for being, emotional, nurturing, and highly intuitive. And that's why I today am so emotional, nurturing, and highly intuitive, because at the moment of my birth, when a person's full personality is determined, the sun was shining magical beams of cancerous crab energy from quadrillions of miles away directly into my little baby body. Because it's sunny that time of year or something. July is typically hot. That makes sense to you, right? That's how, we get to crab, because they're sort of moody. Look, the day I was born, the sun was in the ancient Cancer crab inspired sky sliver. That's why I'm the way I am, okay? That's why I can't repay you the $200 that I owe you. You gotta understand. Dude, no, I've told you 1,000 times. My childhood trauma doesn't affect my personality at all. I beat that. And no, actually, I don't think the doctor dropping my head on the linoleum played any factor at all in my personal development, honestly. No, dude, it was the magical space crab metaphor ray zapping my infantile bones into life like Frankenstein that made me the sassy bitch that I am today. Besides, even if, maybe the concussions and the CTE probably put me down certain paths, destiny-wise, but it was the astrological magical forces of predetermined fate that caused my brain damage anyway. Checkmate, bro. You can't beat space magic. So sorry, I guess I'm just a little bit too cancerous, or Cancer-esque, I guess maybe sounds better. Cancer-riddled. Definitely not the right one. Anyway, and you, I know what you are and why you're here. I can see it as clearly as a high noon sun. You're a Virgo or fucking Capricorn or some fucking... I mean, you have Gemini qualities, but you're really more of a Virgo Cap rising. Or I'm sorry. I mean, one of your parents is, because of the moon. Don't say anything. I know I'm right. And if it sounds wrong, trust me, it'll make sense in about 10 years. I've literally never been wrong with astrology before. It's actually impossible for anyone to be wrong about astrology. That's the beauty of it. So believe me when I say, I know the stars have brought you here for one reason and one reason alone. Money, baby. Saturn is about to enter Aries, so if you're not cashing out right now, what are you doing? Me personally, I've been spending the past year preparing for this moment by learning from the absolute best and most profitable minds working in the field today. Yes, sir, I toiled under the tutelage of 3 of the internet's wisest astrologers. That's right, I mastered astrological magic under the electional wizard Austin Coppock. I did pink astrology for girls with Australian astrologer, or as I say, astrologer, Kelly Surtees. And of course, I spent hours in a candlelit chamber with quill pen, transcribing episodes of the Astrology podcast by the incomparable high priest of social media astrologers, the great one, Archsage Chris Brennan. If you're an aspiring astrologer, then of course you are familiar with these 3 legendary figures. But for those who are not, let me quickly introduce you to our esteemed faculty. We'll start with Mr. Brennan. Go ahead, Chris. Pay attention, take notes, and listen. A master is about to speak.
Hi, my name is Chris Brennan, and you're listening to the Astrology Podcast. Today is Wednesday, November 20th, 2019, starting at exactly 5:08 p.m. in Denver, Colorado.
Write that down.
And this is the 331st episode of the show. Let me read the data for those who are curious. So today is Wednesday, August 17th, 2022, starting...
Write down all these numbers.
It looks like exactly 11 o'clock a.m. in Denver, Colorado, starting at 4:43 p.m. in Denver, Colorado.
Write that down.
And this is the 227th episode of the show. Starting at 3:20 p.m., starting at 5:23 p.m., starting at 5:25 p.m.
Give a big round of applause for Austin, Kelly, and Chris. 1, 2, 3!
A gathering of the most brilliant modern astrologers.
So today is Thursday, May 23rd, 2019, starting at exactly 8:30 p.m.
Wow, exactly 8:30?
But I know each of us has taught the houses so many times that this is really something any of the 3 of us could do in our sleep at this point. I've focused more over the course of the past 15 years on going back and understanding the history of astrology and trying to understand where the system came from and what its theoretical principles are, and trying to reconstruct as best as I could why astrologers use the different techniques that they do today and what the rationale is for them, what the philosophy is.
He's an academic astrologer.
And authors like Antiochus and Thrasyllus and Vedius Valens, you see a tension.
You know them, right?
So Valens describes, water as wet, I believe, and air signs
primarily wet. Yeah,
and air signs is cold.
It's actually really serious.
Well, that's worth mentioning, because then it flips in the medieval tradition.
You almost became like a radio star in astrology.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. That's how I often think of you, as like
that makes sense.
The morning drive-by, like whatever the prestigious radio slot is. I'm not that familiar with it, but that was all your Uranus in your 3rd house transit, essentially.
Well, one of the examples I use in my book, Hellenistic Astrology, available in fine bookstores everywhere.
You guys have his book, right?
Literally everywhere. There's planets, they're happening out there, and they're correlating with stuff. I mean, I do know there's another level, and that's really it, like full stop. That's kind of it.
Pay attention.
Yeah, there's just a O factor, which is like, that's a thing. That's I've got to figure out then what the implications are of that or what that means. Yeah, I think you can predict the future with astrology, and that's one of the most interesting and promising things about it.
One of the most.
There's also downside ones where, for example, the Nazis in the 1940s outlawed astrology and outlawed the printing of astrology books and rounded up a bunch of astrologers and threw them in concentration camps where some of them died.
Now that's Scorpio energy. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, I just can't believe that Hitler would do an entire Holocaust against astrologers like that. We are truly an oppressed people. But despite being both verbose and meek, Chris is going to be our main authority today. Mostly because when I began my journey by asking r/astrology on Reddit where I should learn astrology, virtually everybody recommended him. And to be fair, he does seem considerably more measured than your typical crystal ball guru, especially these two dingbats, as you'll see in a moment. So, Chris, could you introduce us to your friends, please, sir? And then we'll take a moment to get to know the two of them, starting with Miss Surtees and then finally Mr. Kopic.
So joining me today are my two co-hosts, Kelly Surtees and Austin Kopic.
Please, clap. Yeah, you can tell this one is for the girls.
I've been a full-time astrologer now for nearly 15 years, and I have a 3-part business where I do a lot of client consults, I also teach, and I do a lot of writing.
So water, for instance, would be a combination of cold and wet, if you like.
And I run into an issue there.
No, we've alluded to this, but I would say I'm one of the most gullible people in the world. My husband can tell me almost anything. I'm like, oh my God, wow.
Yeah, I can vouch for that too.
Oh, you can find out more work about me on my website, kellysastrology.com. We're running a little promo through the UAC conference for a discount off downloadable lectures off my website.
Okay, I have to break kayfabe here again to point out that, yeah, this woman is just an absolute dunce. Even though Kelly always gets invited to be the third leg of the stool, she never has anything to contribute to the conversation. I just have to point something out because I really did listen to just like hours and hours of these people talking, and this thing just drove me absolutely insane. She just like impulsively does this thing where whatever sentence the other person is saying, she'll try to like interrupt them to predictively blurt out the same phrase that they were going to say at the end of the sentence. And it makes me irrationally angry for some reason. Once you notice her doing this, you can't stop seeing it constantly. You know, all of these fucking lecture videos. It really impeded my ability to learn astrology. But also she's got this like fun, spunky attitude, and she offers like a pink girl perspective. So we'll keep her in our trinity of archsages. But the drinking game for Kelly is to take a drink every time she interrupts the conversation to add nothing at all. Here, just listen closely and you will lose your mind with this too. Let me just subject you to what I've endured. This bullshit he's saying doesn't matter. Just watch Kelly.
This other house will impact children, but sometimes we have to do a little thinking in terms of, okay, well, how does it impact
in
this
what way?
topic?
Yeah, that's what how means.
Seventh is those who are you're in some sort of partnership with, but are in a role that is subordinate to you, that is not necessarily
there
on
is a
an
power
equal footing.
dynamic where these people, if there was a hierarchy or an organization chart, you would be at a higher up place.
Sure.
Yeah, that's what
Then-
subordinate means, Kelly.
Talk
The
about
ruler
that.
of the
Yeah.
6th in the 8th,
Yeah.
like good chance that your health problems are exactly one of your parents' health problems.
Health problems.
Health problems.
Yeah, you can inherit talents, you can inherit psychological complexes,
Mm-hmm.
you can inherit stamp collections.
Stamp collection.
Stamp
I will definitely inherit a
collections.
Stamp collection because my dad loves to collect stamps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, really? That's fascinating, Kelly. Thanks for derailing the conversation.
Significations of the first 6 houses are all embodied.
Yes, they're all in that
Right, like
tangible material.
Neighbors.
Yeah, that's what embodied means.
Yeah,
having
the
a
physical house that
family
you
and
live in, and
making stuff and having kids.
Yeah, straight out of your body.
having-
We
Yeah.
know where kids come from, Kelly.
Very embodied experiences.
yeah.
Yeah. So
Grinding halt.
And if you think about the time of day when the sun is in the 8th house, it's not quite sunset, but it's like the 2 hours leading up to sunset And there's generally like I'm kind of tired of doing all that. There's an energy lull during
dip.
that part.
Yeah, a lull
true,
means
actually.
dip, Kelly.
I get off in an hour.
Yeah, it's like the
right?
last hour of the workday
Yeah, it's
kind
the
of thing.
He just said that, Kelly.
Workday.
Yeah.
And so there's like an energetic that's often present
Dropping
there.
down.
Something that might
Take
decline
away.
or take away or detract from the first.
Diminish you
Diminish.
in some way.
Decrease?
Right.
Yeah.
Generally, the 6th by itself won't kill you.
No, it's the shit you got to deal with, but you can usually recover from it.
Yeah, that was already made clear, Kelly.
But the eighth is the house of death, right?
Yeah.
So, feeling bad and having a busted, shoulder is not the same thing as death.
No.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Yeah,
No, yeah.
it's not the same as like the cessation of life. What do you guys think of these 4 significations?
Wake up, Kelly. Pay attention.
Do you,
I would go 6th for enemies, and I would go self-undoing.
Yeah, I do
for
like the
12th.
self-undoing for the
'Cause
12.
Oh, would you really? You'd go self-undoing for the 12th? Where'd you get that idea, Kelly? And sorry, guys, I'm not trying to bully Kelly, but there's another thing I have to point out. So all of these people sell astrology classes on their websites. For example, Kelly offers courses on what she calls a progressed Venus, whatever the hell that is. I thought there was surgery that you could get to correct the progressed Venus, but I don't know. But just from a graphic design perspective, her website also just makes me weirdly angry. Look at the wild inconsistency on these banner images for these courses. Why is this little thing that says course totally different in every single one? Are we doing the little serif font in the upper right corner, or are we doing the blue rectangle with no serifs? Can we just pick one thing and stick with it, Kelly? Much more consistent button design over on Chris Brennan's webinar store. That's why nobody can top him. Of course, our third master, Austin Kopic, also has a consistent visual design language on his website. His has more of a earthy King Arthur, Lord of the Rings vibe, which personally I like the most. So yeah, if Chris is the careful academic, Kelly is the lovable oaf, then Austin Kopic is the dark, spooky, mystical one. Austin, please, the floor is yours.
Astrology exists within a magical universe. My profession is an astrologer. I've also been part of the magical community for quite some time. This is astrological magic. It is, by definition, a crossroads point between astrology and magic.
Sure.
And some people get to astrological magic through magic, and some people get to astrological magic through astrology. Obviously, you need both to be there.
astrological magic. So not just astrology and not just magic, but the blending of astrology and magic.
Guys, it's not just astrology.
Yeah, like my early 20s were magic, astrology, and then I was also doing lots of traditional internal Chinese martial arts. See, I was 19-ish, and I was playing a video game that where all the little characters had signs. And the game actually modeled the synastry between signs and made it affect the probability of outcomes. So if your little knight was going to attack a monster and they're both water signs, it would show you.
Yeah, you're talking about Pokemon. Yeah, I know that game.
Chance of successfully completing the action or affecting.
Yeah,
them.
Blastoise
There was
beats
the
Charizard.
synastry.
Yeah.
And so this little framework got plugged into my brain. The first house is kind of like your hit points, and then the 6th house is how much damage you're taking.
Yeah.
Rams can ram things. Goats can chew on things. But, Scorpion's encased in armor. It's got little controllers.
Thank you, Kelly, for doing the motion too. I appreciate that.
Solely as a weapon.
Yeah.
It's definitely a martial beast.
Yeah, definitely beast warrior type, like beaver warrior.
And I've always been interested in mysterious things. One of the things that I do, I would say a couple times a week, is when I have a meaningful decision, I'll throw cards on it.
Magic is becoming a topic where 10 years ago, nobody was really talking about it.
I remember going to the Esoteric Book Conference in 2008, and a bunch of wizards wanting to talk about astrology and its intersection with magic, and getting poo-pooed a lot, and also feeling kind of
in the closet at astrology conferences with my wizarding.
For me and everybody else I know who's, put the solid decade in to astrological magic since we've had the Picatrix.
You guys have the Picatrix, right?
And comparing notes, we've all blown ourselves up. You make a Spica talisman where you're like, yeah, Jupiter's on Spica, but Jupiter's so great I can ignore the fact that Mars is squaring it. And so, you anchor that configuration, you give it a body in whatever gem, and then you wear that around, and then you break your leg. The damage to the leg, in retrospect, when she looked at the electional chart, is like, oh yeah, it's the sixth lord is Mars. It's in a hard superior square to the point being activated. Of course, there was physical damage.
Of course.
The goal was to boost my business. And
so you put Mars in the talisman in a day chart by transit in your chart?
Yeah, and it had other things, and it accomplished exactly what I wanted it to do. However, what I started noticing is when I wore it, one, I would start sweating profusely within about a minute of putting it on. And two, when I was in public places, I would get much more hostile reactions from passerbys than I normally would.
Okay.
And this was particularly evident. I was in Los Angeles at the time. And homeless people would threaten to fight me.
Well, I guess at some point, maybe in the future, I don't have any sense of huge sense of urgency to do it at this time. But the investigation of whether magic is a legitimate phenomena is something I have to do at some point. But might do, but I don't have a sense of urgency.
Yeah, Chris, no urgency at all. Whether or not magic is real is not a big deal. Maybe next year we can get to that. For now, we'll just assume magic might be real. Clearly, these guys all have to kind of pretend to agree on everything, which is why they ignore these fundamental differences. So we will too. But yes, you heard him correctly. This is astrology and magic. This is not just regular magic. How dare you say that? So yeah, Austin is clearly like a man-child who just wants life to be like a RPG video game. That's why he and his batshit crazy wife are selling enchanted talismans on their e-commerce store. Mrs. Kopic is not officially one of our three sages, but she's still a powerful high priestess of astrological magic who I think we all could learn a lot from. So Caitlin, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself as well? Thank you.
Is that a magic candle in the background? It is. There are two magical candles in the background.
Yeah, you idiot.
13 years ago, Austin and I started seeing each other, and he informed me on our first date that magic was real. The Picatrix, which is basically the
we all know the Pokédex.
Astrological magic, was translated into English and commercially published for the first time.
That's just a fucking rotting fucking shit in a sprinkles jar.
What you see here is one of my earliest talismans, a sprinkle jar capturing a Mercury heavy grand air trine, and it is still in dutiful operation to this day. Years devoted to my continued magical and astrological development, but my professional focus was on web design.
I do two things, magic and web design.
Born of Austin's electional prowess and my high priestessing. A dedicated choice was made to start the business, offering a Regulus series. The star is known for leadership and visibility, so it tends to be a go-to in career pursuits anyway, especially in my case because it is conjunct the midheaven of my natal chart. So that is our first lived example of how astrological magic can be used in a practical way to get a leg up.
The fuck is she talking about?
This is the working altar for Venus in Libra. The first Venus in Taurus series was actually created in a hotel room at Norwalk last year.
I think a lot of things were created in Norwalk hotel rooms last year, if you know what I mean.
Example of my more recent work. Image magic is the most common type of magic when it comes to what you inscribe in stones or metal. And then you can also use parchment or paper for that. And that's where you make an image appropriate to what it is you want to manifest. So let's stick with love because that's really common. You might have a picture of a beautiful naked woman in the embrace of her lover or something.
You're telling me to
that.
draw porn?
You would want to find a good Venus selection.
That's a magical talisman?
To inscribe that or draw it, depending on what your medium is at the time. And then that would be a talismanic image. So one anecdote that Austin reminded me of before we started this is the first time that he wore his Regulus talisman on a plane, he immediately got upgraded to first class for the first time. And that was pretty cool.
Super cool. So any questions, guys? Basically, you need to just buy her magical talismans. Please buy them. Or if you want to find a girlfriend, try doing like a magical drawing of one of your coworkers naked and see if that makes her want to date you. Just make sure to do it at the right time of day. Otherwise, it could totally backfire. And yes, I took the personalization quiz on Sphere Plus Sundry. Let's see here. What am I looking for? Fast cash. Okay, let's see what we got here. I do need money, so let's see here. Jove's Thunderbolt subset. Not sure what those words mean. Oh yeah, here we go. Maybe just some money oil. Or maybe some butter. Yeah, we'll do 6 ounces. Oil and butter seems good. Okay, yeah, I mean, 147 seems high, but for magical money-making butter and oil, this might really be a good investment for me in the long run. Just remember to be careful, guys, because these magical talismans are potent. I love that Austin just accidentally crafted the Shabriri's Woe talisman from Elden Ring in real life. Now he's just starts sweating profusely and getting attacked by random aggro homeless people. I'm sure that's exactly what's going on. For sure. Why do we have crazy aggressive homeless people on the streets in LA? Is it fentanyl poverty and mental illness? Or is it my magical talismans were too powerful? I do believe Austin probably had like one scary encounter with a homeless person. So let this just be a sneak preview of our coming conclusion that people use simple video game astrology type narratives to cope with the scary, weird, sad, incomprehensible parts of life. Like why the richest country in the world has legions of deeply unwell, squalid people sleeping on the sidewalk every night. Or why I sweat too much. The answers are too painful and complicated, so we tell ourselves simplistic, pacifying stories about magic and divine fate. Sorry, no. These things are all happening because of magical talismans. These talismans aren't just magical. They're astrologically magical, okay? Astromagical, if you will. So anyway, folks, these are your teachers today, whom I will be channeling as we master the ancient, hard science of pure astrology, as distinct from just magic, or magic and astrology together. No more of this talisman bullshit. Sorry, Caitlin. We might use a little bit of magic here and there, but ultimately I do need to Google later if magic is real or not. I've got a lot on my to-do list for this video and I haven't gotten around to that one yet. So yeah, I'll have to go read the Wikipedia page from like magic later, but astrology, I have mastered. All 3 of these astrologers offer very exclusive paid astrology webinars, but I believe astrology should be free. Or another way of saying that would be, I believe astrology is worthless. So I am happy to share all of their expensive wisdom in a legally transformative way with you, my beautiful starlings. That's right, the sum total of Chris's astrological knowledge is $2,142. Dark Wizard Austin's combined esoteric wisdom adds up to $2,156. And the bounty of Kelly's genius normally runs you 4,138 Canadian dollars. So if you add everything up, the information contained in this video is worth $7,273 US dollars. And I'm giving it to you absolutely for free, baby. Yes, I am Astro Prometheus, bringing down the fire of astrology to the masses. All that I ask is that you use your astro powers for good and don't be like fucking putting curses on me and shit. What's that, starling? You want to begin your first lesson now? You're eager to become a master of astrology for fame, glory, and profit? Fine. I shall awaken ye. Quickly now. Uranus is about to enter Gemini. Stick with me and make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. And by the end of this video, you'll be able to read birth charts like a pro, predict the future using transits, and also understand exactly why astrology is pure bullshit, but also oh so sweetly lucrative. Class is about to begin. The ancients achieved some incredible insights that we should still revere to this day. For example, in 375 BC, the Greek philosopher Plato wrote this grand allegory, which today we refer to as Plato's Cave. I personally think that the wisdom contained in this ancient text is perhaps even more profound today than it was back then. You probably know about it, but for those who don't, the work describes a group of people who have been chained up in a cave for their entire lives. Their only understanding of the outside world comes from the shadows they see cast on the cave wall. But to those people trapped in the cave, from their very limited perspective, naturally they think that they have a full and accurate understanding of the whole world. Not ever knowing anything else, they don't imagine anything more. No, the world is just shadows shifting back and forth and up and down on a two-dimensional plane and nothing more. This situation is a really good metaphor for the human condition. We are all indeed metaphorically chained inside the cave of being irrational, emotional, earthbound bipedal apes. But as Plato teaches us, we can and must break free from those chains. And hey, if you just love shadow puppets, we can still do that outside the cave too, whenever we want, because now we understand what was really going on. Now, shadow puppetry is not our single mystical and interpretive divination method for understanding everything, but it becomes more like art, theater, or poetry. It is a mistake. The greatest minds of the ancient world teach us to credulously gaze upon a woefully incomplete two-dimensional projection of part of the universe, and then draw the grandest conclusions about human fate based only on the tricks the light plays on the atmospheric wall of this terrestrial cave to which we're all chained. That would be a mistake. But that is literally what astrology is. If there's one thing we should take from ancient wisdom, it's that astrology is a mistake. Here on Earth, we look up at the night sky, and to the naked eye, it appears to be a big black dome, a hard-shelled firmament, with either pinprick holes in a colorless sky, or bright shining angels high above us in heaven. Some deities are stationary, some wander, and they all rise and set, and some wax and wane. It appeared to us that we were the center of the universe, static and inert as the heavens expressed themselves to us up in that higher realm in which they all resided together. That is the ancient astrologer view of the universe. But it is wrong on all accounts. All of these things, all of the dancing and the drama we see, is an optical illusion. Ancient astrologers looked up and saw two-dimensional shadows dancing on the cave wall, but in reality, the universe actually also has a z-axis too, and there's unfathomably far, far more to the cosmos than the insignificant specks of light that we can see from our vantage point. Ancient astrologers didn't even know about Uranus because it's just slightly too far away. They didn't even know what was going on in our little solar system. We worship the sun because it's big and bright, but there's tens of billions of other stars or bigger just like the sun in our galaxy alone. And scientists think that there are trillions of galaxies in the universe. And hey, there might be more than one universe. Maybe there's like 2 or 3 or a billion or infinite. We actually don't know yet. Astrologers thought they received a loud and clear message from the universe, but they were hardly getting a fraction of a single syllable of its grand epic poem. Yeah, when you realize that there are worlds upon worlds upon worlds outside our little cave, the cosmos suddenly looks pretty different. No, the sun is not rising. In fact, we are spinning. There's no crab up in the sky. That's just an optical illusion. In our 3D world, these stars are hundreds of thousands of light years away from each other. It takes 3 centuries for the light of Beta Cancri to reach us. So that star has actually already moved like hundreds of billions of miles by the time your slow ass actually sees it. Does that matter or no? Some of these really distant stars that we see could have literally exploded yesterday and we wouldn't find out until your great-great-great-grandchildren get a chance to see it. Does exploding into dust impact the magic at all? Yes, the ancients had some incredible nuggets of wisdom, but astrology is not part of that. That goes into the trash bin of history. But today we're going to wallow in that trash bin of history because, hey, we're trying to make some money from astrology, right? So we need to suspend our disbelief a little bit, capiche? Yes, my starlings, in order to become master money-making astrologers together, we must return to the cave of ignorance and shackle ourselves to pre-scientific superstition. Just trust me, all good astrologers self-lobotomize sufficiently for the suspension of disbelief to work. Because if you want to make real money and like fully adopt this as a persona, you do need to convince yourself that it's real. So to that end, let me see if I can help you guys out. Because guys, I know at first astrology obviously seems like some stupid fake bullshit. But what if I told you I had an ancient tablet? Yes, luckily I just so happen to have this mysterious ancient tablet that contains all of the magical true rules of astrology that we need to become masters. What's that? Hey, don't ask where I got it from, okay? I just found it, all right? Shut the fuck up. No, I don't know who wrote it, but just, hey, trust me, it is ancient. I would even say 2,000 years old. So it must be true if master astrologers like me are still using it. This is Chris's response whenever somebody asks him, where did this idea come from? Why do we believe this? He always just goes, well, it's 2,000 years old.
So astrologers over the past 2,000 years have used this schematic, this scheme or this construct, this system that's been passed on for 2,000 years that works pretty well, pretty consistent in the Western astrological tradition for most of the past 2,000 years. Generations and generations of astrologers and astronomers that have used this approach over the past 2,000 years. Normally, traditionally for 2,000 years, that's always been a traditional signification of the third house for about 2,000 years now.
People have been doing this for 2,000 years, so please don't question it. Like that inherently makes it true because 2,000 years, guys. 2,000.
For literally thousands of years.
But I don't know. I would say in general, people 2,000 years ago were pretty much wrong about everything. Like maybe today, if you're looking for like instructions on how to make clay pots for cheap, yeah, check out a text from 2,000 years ago. But other than that, I don't know. It's like, yeah, these dumbasses thought the stars were moving due to like fucking chariots. Those were the good old days, huh? Before the woke mind virus made us all confused, right, guys? 2,000 years ago means good. So just keep that in mind. That's why we can trust my ancient tablet to be true. It's old. So anyway, class, our agenda for today. First, we will look at the various different astrological systems that exist, and then we'll follow the advice of our teachers and just arbitrarily choose the easiest and most popular one. We'll discuss the zodiac signs, what they are, what they mean, and how we arrived at them. We'll discuss the various different house systems within our chosen astrological system. And again, we'll just follow the advice of our teachers, arbitrarily choosing the easiest and most popular one. And fourth, we'll go over the planets and their respective personas and magical powers before learning how to read a birth chart to understand why everything is the way it is. And then finally, we'll master the most powerful tool of astrology, a little something called transits, which we can use to predict the future. And make sure you watch all the way until the end to hear my grave, dire astrological warning about the coming decade. Anyway, let's begin. So let's just start briefly by defining our terms. What is astrology? Well, Originally, astrology was just bad, primitive astronomy, in the same sense that my great-grandfather's zany pedal-powered flying contraption technically represented bad, primitive aviation. In the ancient times, there was no astronomy or astrology. There was just craning your neck up at the night and pondering, dreaming crazy dreams, as our friend Jordan Peterson says.
Astrology was astronomy in its nascent form. And so sometimes you have to dream a crazy dream with all of the error that that crazy dream entails, because you have an intuition that there's something there. But so much of what eventually manifests itself as hardcore pragmatic scientific belief has its origin in wild flights of poetic fantasy.
And while 21st century astrologers should indeed be mocked and ridiculed, I actually kind of agree with Crazy Jordan that we should give these ancient astrologers some credit for trying and using their imagination, even if it all ended up being wrong. So yeah, I agree with Chris that this stuff is interesting to learn about as a part of history, but we should not be relying on these primitive failed technologies to make real predictions in high altitude cliff situations. Please do not get tattoos of the blueprints of Grandpappy's ersatz flying machines during your college salvia phase. It's not going to age well. All I'm saying is many, if not most, ancient civilizations had some form of astrology. Because yeah, astrology is just a mistake your civilization makes on its way to real astronomy. It was a creative, fun, and ultimately very bad hypothesis about the cosmos that came from a group of people who understood nothing whatsoever about really anything. Of all the systems of astrology, the one we like comes from ancient Mesopotamia. These were prehistorical, flat-earther, polytheist farmers who thought the sun was a deity named Shamash. So of course, when these people invented the same astrology we use today, yeah, I mean, it really only made sense in the context of Shamash and his magical powers. And just to be clear, this wasn't like a metaphor like some people pretend it is today. No, these ancient founders of astrology were literally like, damn, it's hot today. Shamash is really killing me. This was like a person, a god person, literally moving himself around in the sky. From our cave of human ignorance, all we know is human behavior, so we project humanity or personify the cosmos as our very first feeble attempts to make sense of it. So yeah, the sun and moon were like brothers, because brother is like one of the only concepts that I grasp. But yes, the movements of the sun and moon should be paid attention to. We figured that out early on, because the ancients noticed correlations. Shamash had a predictable routine. He would rise in the morning and then set at the night, and he moves throughout the year. And in a way, he can tell us when the rains are going to come. So the real use of astrology / astronomy originally was just part of their farming culture. The whole society was based on the crops, right? And yeah, they quickly realized that Shamash and his buddies kind of dictated things. So by tracking his movements, they could then create calendars and figure out the seasons and figure out which day in Shamash's yearly cycle is the best day to plant your seeds. So these early astrologers correctly identified that there is a correlation between the sun and the moon and the seasons, but they just got a little carried away with the personification. Shamash, it turns out, was a shadow puppet, and the puppeteer was the interacting effects of Earth's rotation and tilt and the orbit around the sun, and no amount of prayer or sacrifice could persuade that puppeteer. It's understandable though, because these people were basically all like idiots by modern standards. This was literally like attempt number one, the very first iteration of civilization, just to keep things in perspective when people today are like, yeah, no, I think they fully cracked the code on that one. So yeah, these ancient farmers were like, if Shamash can tell us which day to plant the seeds, maybe he can tell me other things too. Maybe he can tell me how big the harvest is going to be. Maybe he can tell if we're going to have war or peace. If the king will be a good king or an evil tyrant. Maybe he can tell me if my coworker will have sex with me or if she's grossed out because I sweat so much. Shamash, you son of a bitch, you know everything, don't you? Why do you make me sweat, Shamash? I gave you 10 goats and yet I sweat. Why have you abandoned me, Shamash? These ancient Mesopotamians were idiots, guys. And even the slightly less ancient Greeks who kind of perfected astrology as we know it. All they had was like 3rd grade geometry and were like, wow, angles and degrees must contain the secrets to everything. You guys remember the cult of Pythagoras? You know Pythagoras, the guy who discovered like the most basic fact ever about triangles and then thought he was God who'd solved the entire secret of the universe. When you don't know what you don't know, you think that the most basic farming techniques and the most basic geometry give you a perfect codex to learn the wheel of the heavens. I think that's where all these like fucking bullshit circle charts and shit come from, but we're gonna get to those. But yeah, circles, triangles, and poetic personification, these were the most advanced technology at the time, which is why that's all astrology offers. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Anyway, with the one single victory ever of helping to unlock some of the most rudimentary farming techniques in ancient history at the cost of self-inflicted religious delirium, astrology boldly moved on to tackling every single other topic of human life, in which it has failed unequivocally across the board consistently for 2,000 years.
2,000 years.
Turns out Shamash really only knew about the weather. Cut to today, and the astrology that your intimidating alternative barista uses is essentially that very same ancient farming religion. We like that one. In fact, we like it because it's the worst one ever. If you want like magic, you need to stop your brain there at that point in the collective development of humanity. Because from there on out, it just gets more scientific and less astrological for humanity. That's why we like this particular ancient system, because it's way less real than the other ones. Because yeah, there were other ancient civilizations that were already leagues beyond this particular system. For example, completely independently, the Maya had their own fully developed astrology/astronomy system that was even more accurate than Ptolemy's. Why are no baristas fetishizing the Mayan astrological system? Am I just going to the wrong cafes? But it's not even fair to call what the Mayans were doing astrology. It was just pretty decent astronomy. Yeah, sure, they thought the orbs were gods too, but at least they respected the gods enough to actually like track their movements with genuine scientific curiosity. Their calendars were even more accurate than the Spanish's when they arrived. So because the Maya succeeded, we just forget about them. Their actual contributions to science just get folded into the canon. So there's no wrongness to fetishize. But because all the ideas of ancient Mesopotamia got discarded into the trash bin of history, we are now free to pick them up and play with them as we like. And play we shall. But just from the beginning, from the moment of its inception, this Mesopotamian bullshit has been retarded, full stop. Just listen to Professor Chris describe the moment that astrology was born.
Eventually, by the 5th century BCE, the Mesopotamians standardized the zodiac signs to consist of 12 signs of exactly 30 degrees each. So right away, by standardizing the zodiac, it starts to become an abstract division of 12 segments of the sky fundamentally, rather than something that is fully aligned with the constellations. Because one of the issues with the constellational zodiac is that the constellations are unequal in size. So there's some constellations like Virgo that are very big, and there's other constellations like Cancer, for example, that are much smaller.
You hear that, guys? The 12 constellations are indeed unequal in size. So these ancient Mesopotamian dipshits decided to standardize them to 30 degrees each? But like, hang on, what the fuck do you mean standardize? You can't standardize Shamash, bro. The real constellations obviously are not perfect 30-degree sections. If we were to divide a circle according to the actual constellations and their actual sizes and locations, it would look more like this. Yeah, in real life, Virgo is about 3 times the size of Scorpio. There actually was a 13th constellation, Ophiuchus, but they just kind of got rid of that one to make things more convenient. Hey, Don't talk about it. So here is the standardized system. Yeah, it's just pure bullshit, guys. Your god is up there. He's like, what are you idiots doing? I made that one constellation bigger for a reason. The fuck you mean you standardized it into 12 even sections of 30 degrees? We're talking about stars, bitch. You can't just move them around so it satisfies your OCD for everything to be neat and tidy. Why did they do that? There's no explanation from Brennan. No questions, no curiosity, nothing. We just accept that they standardized it. But that's not even really the word I would use. I would say they bastardized it. They simplified it to the point of caricature. They just created a board game vaguely inspired by the constellations. Is it an issue that Virgo is bigger than Cancer? Do we ever just stop and think that maybe there's more Virgos than Cancers? But you just think God just fucked up? The ancient Babylonians were just like, this would look more pretty if we just made a nice pretty little circle. A pretty circle where everybody gets an even slice of the cake. It's like, you are defiling God's handiwork, sir. But then here's the thing. It just gets even worse when, again, the relatively less ancient Greeks get their hands on it and put the final bells and whistles on the system.
One of the most famous and influential astrologers of all time, Claudius Ptolemy, in the 2nd century recognized that this was an issue, that the zodiacs were drifting out of alignment, and he made a deliberate choice to define the zodiac based on the tropical signs in accordance with the seasons rather than the sidereal constellations, because he thought the primary motivation underlying what astrologers had been doing for centuries at that point was more closely in alignment with the tropical zodiac.
When Chris Brennan's personal hero Ptolemy notices that precession is happening, the appearance of the constellations drifting over the years and becoming misaligned with the zodiac, Ptolemy goes, nah, fuck that. We're sticking with the perfect unchanging circle. We don't need to update it with the reality of the universe. This moment is more or less the birth of what we call tropical astrology. The final tether to the stars has now been cut. Now it's a pure exercise in human imagination and 3rd grade geometry. The cosmos has left the building. The conscious, deliberate choice to ignore precession, ignore the real positions of the constellations, and instead focus entirely on the arbitrary ancient circle and just map that circle onto the seasons of the year is what gave us astrology as we know it today. Basically, yeah, they were just like, hey, what if we just divide up the year into 12 parts for no reason? Which, yeah, fine, do that if you want. You can name the sections whatever you want. But at that point, it's just the same thing as being like, these 3 weeks in July are hot girl summer. It's like, okay, fine, if you say so. If you're designing like a board game for nerds, then sure, yeah, 12 even spaces with cute names is great. But if you're studying the true nature of the cosmos, it's going to be more complicated, and you kind of need to turn off the Hello Kitty Dungeons and Dragons part of your brain. Of course, nowadays, the ancient Mesopotamian gods have been debunked. Shamash, fake, turns out. Turns out that really wasn't the correct story. Now that we have like telescopes and rockets and computers and satellites, we understand these previously mystifying myth-making phenomena and how they affect us humans, which is basically zero, by the way. When Jupiter metaphorically appears in a certain imaginary sky sliver, the real world result of that is basically fucking nothing, just by the way. But the astrology board game is still fun to play, even if it's based only on the confusion of the most ignorant group of humans ever. So yeah, we remove the ancient Mesopotamian gods, replace them with the slightly more respectable Greek gods, and then replace those again with metaphors for the Greek gods. And then we get to keep playing the game. We can just keep reskinning the basic astrology board game however we want. It's like Monopoly, you can do Greek Monopoly, Greek astrology, Vedic astrology, Simpsons astrology, whatever intellectual property you want. But really, there are just sort of 2 popular astrology systems today. Western astrology, aka tropical astrology, and Vedic astrology, aka Eastern or Indian astrology. And while they're both ultimately based on this same ancient Mesopotamian bullshit foundation, the 2 of them now now have grown apart and now are really fundamentally incompatible. But so what is the difference between Western and Vedic astrology? Well, as I mentioned, the Earth is not static, and that process of precession causes things to drift in the sky from our perspective. Unlike tropical astrology, which is fixed in place to the magical circle, Vedic astrology actually takes this drift of the stars into account and it updates it accordingly. Sorry, no, I wouldn't say accordingly, not even accordingly, but it at least rotates the perfect fake 12, 30-degree slivers to at least kind of like compensate for precession. So it's something. But Western astrology, as we said, just totally shirks the constellations completely in favor of the arbitrary, static, magical circle sky slivers, just to make things easier, Which of these sounds like more bullshit to you? I mean, I don't know. I guess they probably both are equally bullshit. But at least with Vedic, they're kind of like trying to keep up with the science a little bit. They're trying to keep the astro part in astrology. Ultimately, what the difference between Western and Vedic astrology comes down to is that it's just 23 degrees different, okay? So according to Western tropical astrology, I am a Cancer. But according to Vedic astrology, I'm a Gemini. That 23-degree difference completely changes everything about me, and they can't both be equally correct. Imagine if you had a gun that always shot 23 degrees off to one side, and then you had another gun that shot straight. Don't you think after hundreds and hundreds of years with these two guns, somebody would figure out which one is the one that shoots straight? How have we not settled this Vedic versus Western debate? If one was objectively 23 degrees more accurate, we would know, I think. But no, at what point are we going to realize both guns are shooting blanks? Maybe in another 2,000 years. At least one of these systems must be incorrect, right? But yeah, here's the thing. Who cares? Who cares? Redditors on r/astrology told me to just pick whichever sign feels the most right. But I read through all of them, and for me, I don't know, Virgo feels the most right, but that's not one of my two options. So now what do I do? Here's the good news, and it's the first tenet of my ancient tablet, which is it doesn't matter which system you use. This might be hard for rookies to process, but yes, indeed, of all the different mutually exclusive, incompatible systems that yield distinctly different results with the same input, it actually doesn't matter. Hey, if it feels right to you, that's good enough. Asking which system of astrology to use is like asking which specific designs I should use for my Rorschach test. Like, what do you mean? The point of the ink blots is that they can be anything. The whole point is it doesn't matter. You'll project whatever's going on with you onto any system. Really, this isn't even me speaking. This is the wisdom from our masters. According to r/astrology and Chris Brennan, we actually can make sense of all these incompatible systems all being equally valid by thinking of them as like different types of languages.
A really good analogy is that there's different languages that developed in different cultures that work in different ways or have different grammatical syntax, but they still accomplish the same thing, which is communication. And it's not necessarily that one language is better. There might be some languages that are more efficient for doing certain things. So astrology as a language is a common analogy that's used to describe different astrological traditions and why they are different and yet can still be useful or valid in different ways.
Is Portuguese more valid than Spanish? That sounds nice at first, but no, by definition, two algorithms that produce different results with the same input cannot be equally valid. Like, this language metaphor just doesn't work. You can start with this thing and then translate it as libro in Spanish and livro in Portuguese, and both work perfectly well at communicating the underlying abstract idea of a book. But in astrology, you start with the underlying abstract idea of me, a person born at a particular time, in a particular place, and one system gives me Cancer and one gives me Gemini. The terms Cancer and Gemini mean the same thing in Western and Vedic. So this is fundamentally different from two languages saying the same thing in different ways. These are two different algorithms in the same language, really, then they are in competition for true meaning. All the people born born on my birthday must either be nurturing intuitive Cancers or fickle split personality Geminis. This isn't two different languages describing the same person. This is one person saying the man had a brown hat and one person saying the man had a green hat. And thus, this language metaphor is just pure mierda. Astrology systems are not like languages. They're like blueprints for failed flying contraptions. They both equally fail, but they fail in objectively different types of spectacular disasters. But ultimately, that's why it doesn't matter which one you pick. They're all dumb and nobody cares. It's just whatever, pick one. But even with Vedic, where it's still like kind of based on the constellations, still, can we just stop for a second and say like, what the fuck are constellations? That's not real, guys. What, you think those are just metaphor encoded Easter eggs from God floating in the sky for you? No, those are also just some made up bullshit by that same group of ancient Babylonian polytheist idiots. Who says that I should draw a line between these particular stars and we're saying that's a real magical crab spirit? In Animal Crossing Wild World, you can make your own constellations. You can connect the stars any way you want. No, I don't think these Babylonian ignoramuses really even did a good job. Me in 2005 on my Nintendo DS could have found better constellations than these rubes. None of these even look like the thing they're supposed to be. And by the way, nor do they accurately represent like the compendium of human archetypes. The Dark Souls starting classes give you a more of a complete picture of the spectrum of humanity than these fucking random constellations. Really, Shamash? Fish and crab? Scales? Twins? No, thanks. I'll stick with knight, bandit, pyromancer, priest, cleric, and hey, how about like a deprived class, like the shitty one? In astrology, there's no bad sign. Everybody's cool. All the signs are good, of course, or nobody would want to be that one, and then it would just get phased out over time. There's no like dead pigeon constellation. Like, oof, sorry, you got the dead pigeon star sign. That means your personality is boring and you're doomed to suck and get hit by a bus and be bitterly racist. I mean, unfortunately, those people do exist. I mean, like, what sign was Hitler, guys? Were all the other little Austrian babies born that morning also aspiring genocidal dictators? I mean, what the hell? I think if we're doing 12 constellations to represent all humans forever, we need at least one, like, kind of bad guy, like a bad guy one. How about this? Let's get rid of, like, fucking Taurus and let's add Goblin. We can connect some other random stars however we want, and we can call that the Goblin. Boom. There's the Goblin constellation. Watch out. And just real quick, here's a point of agreement I probably have with astrologers. Gazing up at the night sky and letting the pattern finding module of your brain play out is lots of fun. I'm just saying, let's keep playing the game. I don't think we solved it with Pisces. This is what the night sky looks like with zero light pollution. It's like playing connect the dots with the freckles on the back of an Irish woman. You can draw whatever lines you want, and it's amazing, but you're fooling yourself if you think you're doing anything other than gazing upon its majesty and indulging in some creative imagination play. Except for Goblin. That one is objectively there and magical. This is all to say, if we had to pick one system of astrology, I think Vedic is probably the way to go, but this is America, goddammit. That's why I'm doing American astrology. Plus, that's what all three of our masters use, and we are just blindly following them. So, but just, yeah, for the record, I've never heard any of them explain this choice, and I really did look. Not that it matters anyway, remember. One of the most important rules of astrology is to just follow what other people did and don't question it. And the longer they've been doing it, the less you should question it. Remember, 2,000 years. 2,000 years can't be wrong. 2,000 years, bro.
2,000 years.
So we are sticking with what they call tropical Western astrology. But I have to say, I don't like that name because really it's just based on climate and seasons rather than stars at all. And it completely abandoned the constellations. So I think a better name would be seasonology. Western astrology isn't astrology. It's just seasonology. What's that, sir? You're from Ecuador and you don't have seasons? Sorry, astrology does not apply to you then. God has abandoned you. But it's summer in America, and that's the will of Shamash. Hoorah! In all seriousness, I just can't get over how they just smuggled out the astro part of astrology. I just find this so offensive. And plus, if we're doing seasonology, like, this just opens the door to any other type of bullshitology that you can divide by 12. How about this, guys? Poopology. Yeah, if you poop at midnight, you're an Aries, 2 a.m. Taurus, 4 a.m. Gemini, etc. You know, Leo is 8 a.m., because pooping in the morning represents like initiating lion-like energy. We're still thinking in terms of ancient Babylonian constellation beasts, even though it's just poop. You can take that symbolic framework anywhere. Hey, why not? Literally, why not? Tell me why this isn't the same thing. Of course, there's all sorts of other factors to consider in poopology. How big was it? Did you pee too? How did the flush go? These things can reveal the more intricate curvature of your destiny. Big turd but bad flush at sunrise? Oh, your father's gonna get a promotion at work. Yay! Haters will say it's fake, but I had a terrible poop last week and then I got hit by a bus later that day. Explain that, skeptics. Sorry, we're getting sidetracked. The point is, today we're going to be mastering tropical Western seasonology. And in this system, the constellations, I cannot stress enough, do not matter at all, guys. So, quick nature lesson. So, the sun, as we all know, rises and sets every day. So, it appears to be moving constantly, yes, but also over the course of the year, the sun moves like in relation to its daily path, okay? So if we took a photo of the sun at the same time every day for a year, as Robert Quimby on YouTube did, we can see that day to day, the sun appears to move along this circuit 8 path. This apparent movement is another optical illusion caused not by Earth's rotation, like with the sunrise and sunset, but by Earth's revolution, our slightly wonky orbit around the sun in a year. That's what a year is, by the way. So noticing where the sun is on this circuit, in other words, where we are in the year, is really the only thing that matters in astrology now. This circuitous path that the sun makes over a year is what astrologers call the ecliptic. So the sun appears to trace a figure 8 over the year, but that's just because we're observing it at the same clock time each day. The real ecliptic is actually a circle. It's just a reflection of Earth's steady orbit relative to the stars. The ecliptic is just the apparent path the sun traces against the background stars as the Earth orbits it. When I say path, yeah, again, the sun isn't literally physically moving through the zodiac. It's all just our changing perspective as the Earth moves. Remember, we are going around the sun, and the sun is relatively close to us compared to the constellations. Basically, we're just getting different backdrops as our cosmic perspective changes as we go around in a circle throughout the year. Yeah, they just gave these 12 sections the highly confusingly unrelated names that reference the constellations, which coincidentally share the archetypical properties that were once aligned with the ecliptic. You follow me? Does that make sense? That's what we need to convince ourselves of as astrologers.
Ptolemy said he was going to use the tropical signs of the zodiac, but that he was going to continue to use the conventional names of the zodiac signs that were in use up to that point and apply them to these tropical divisions of like 12 signs of 30 degrees each. And this is wherein there is a bit of an issue in terms of like naming conventions, because I think at this point, for example, if Ptolemy or other astrologers had like adopted completely different names or had modified the names in some way, then maybe there wouldn't be an issue of confusion in the future where the astrologers are using the names from the constellations, but they're applying them to divisions based on the seasons. Then maybe you wouldn't have some of this confusion about what's being done in modern times. but it's like that's just like a naming convention issue.
Guys, I know it's a very confusing naming convention. I think most people assume that when astrologers talk about Gemini, that they were referring to the constellation. But no. That's a common misconception, guys. We're just talking about parts of the seasons. Astrologers are merely dividing each season into thirds and then thinking that these chunks confusingly named after constellations can reveal all of the secrets of the universe to us.
Part of the motivation was seasonal considerations, that they were being motivated to assign the planets to the signs of the zodiac based on the seasons that those signs were thought to coincide with in the northern hemisphere.
So, we've got the equinoxes and the solstices, the beginnings and the ends of the seasons. So, you can just divide the year up by 12 neatly along those lines. It's actually, no joking, it's just a confusing coincidence that they kept all the names and the personalities of those archaic constellations. Really, like Gemini people still have that duality, but it's no longer because of the constellation that appears to look like twins. No. Now it's just because late spring is like that, because of the weather.
One of the reasons that Ptolemy adopted that, and I don't think it was fully a mistake, is because of the belief that the qualities that astrologers had been assigning to those signs of the zodiac, those 30-degree divisions, were based on seasonal components. So I don't think he necessarily thought that that was super misleading or mistaken to continue using those names, because the names of those divisions and what they were thought to represent were firmly rooted in the conceptual framework that he was going to continue at that point.
So you see, the constellations actually never mattered at all. It was always just the seasons. Now you may be wondering, hey, if we lost Shamush, we lost Zeus, we lost the constellations, we lost the stars. So where are we getting the magical powers from now? Don't worry, little starling. There is still magic to be found in the zodiac. So, what does the word zodiac mean in Western astrology? So remember that path the sun takes over the year, the ecliptic? So the zodiac just refers to the 12 arbitrary fake sky sliver sun circuit checkpoints. So we're just lifting all of the constellation starting classes from the original astrology, severing the source of their signification, and then arbitrarily assigning them into these boxes that we arbitrarily made up, and then claiming it's just coincidence that they all happen to have the same names as the constellations. Are you following me? The imaginary sky boxes, the numbers on the invisible clock face, which the sun appears to go around, those are the things that truly have the magical powers. And those ancient Babylonians just got confused, you see. So really, they correctly identified the crab-like energy beaming down from that section of the sky. And because of that raw crab energy, they just hallucinated a crab constellation, you see? The crab pictograph came as a result of the objective crab-like energy from the sky sliver.
Those images are actually archetypal images that people intuitively or through whatever method associated with that system of 12. And that it's actually a system of archetypal images which were pinned to stars and can be equally as well pinned to the division of 12 with the tropical zodiac.
Or poop, or whatever. That's why the constellations don't actually matter, you see. It's settled. There's the zodiac, and this circle can predict whether your coworker will have sex with you or not. Throughout the year, the sun moves through this zodiac circle, relatively speaking. Every few weeks, it moves from one section of the zodiac to the next. And whichever section the sun is in when you're born, that's what determines your full personality forever and how much you sweat. Got it? I mean, yeah, talismans can make you sweat a little bit more or less, but your base sweat stat value is determined by which of these 12 imaginary sections of the sky the sun was in the day you were born. And of course, I'm using the term in metaphorically. The literal position of the sun doesn't really matter. It's just which stage of the ecliptic it's in, basically what day of the year it is. The sun itself, it doesn't really matter. So each sign of the zodiac has magical attributes, much like an RPG starting class in a video game. So let's just quickly go through the attributes of the zodiac. We'll start with image, which is the most controversial one of the attributes because, for the reasons I already described. Intellectual astrologers like Chris recognize that we really can't tap into the constellations for meaning anymore since we abandoned those. But yeah, most astrologers just don't care about that. So the image of the zodiac would be the constellation, basically. The image of Cancer is space crab. The image of Libra is scales. And yeah, Chris has correctly identified that we really can't be invoking the image since we already severed the ties completely with the stars. But I think Austin doesn't quite get that that's how it works. So he insists that we still can learn about people's natures by studying the poetic qualities of the objectively unrelated ancient Babylonian constellations from which we confusingly and apologetically derive the name.
Image, I would say, at least for my part, I would say image is one of those fundamental categories.
Let's talk about that, because that's actually something I've struggled with conceptually, because the image is originally, at least theoretically, derived from the constellation, but within our context, for the three of us, we're actually going to be talking about the tropical zodiac, which is no longer aligned with or no longer associated with the constellations, and therefore some of those images still carry over. So you would be not associating with the constellation, but you're talking about the image as being maybe inspired by or still relevant in terms of its overall like archetypal significance in some way.
Absolutely.
So we really shouldn't be doing image at all, but also image is really the most important one, of course, because through the image, we're importing all of the most important personality traits. All of our masters tap into image more than any other attribute when they're trying to justify something. So
I like that your physical mannerism as you're trying to describe this is putting your arms around as like hugging and protecting something physically with your arms.
Right.
It's and what you do with your cat.
And that's the crab claw. That's the loving crab claw right there.
Yeah.
Right. So Cancer is the crab, and the crab in terms of the symbolism actually becomes really important symbolically for understanding some of the meanings archetypally.
And the crab, in terms of the symbolism, actually becomes really important symbolically for understanding some of the meanings archetypically. Incredible quote from CB there. So the image stays. Yeah, sure. If all Leos are regal and lion-like anyway, then yeah, we're taking that. We might as well take the lion image too, right? I guess, why not? We'll have to dig a little bit deeper to find some season-related justifications too. But that's easy. Midsummer is hot, hot like a lion in Africa. Boom, done.
One of the other qualities that comes up very frequently with Leo is having this regal quality. Like other synonyms are royal, kingly, queenly, princely, but this regalness to it. Where is that coming from symbolically, or what are some of the connecting themes that might be connected with that?
Well, I mean, sun.
It's the sun. I'm sure it's the sun.
You see, it's not that hard. And of course, Kelly's bread and butter is just crab metaphors and goat metaphors.
One of the things I always take from the symbol of the crab for the sign of Cancer is that if you've watched a crab on the beach, they move sideways, and they move for a crab to get from A to B, they move in a zigzag style pattern.
Yeah, most astrologers really heavily rely on this attribute of image, which although objectively is a mistake, remember, there actually are no mistakes in astrology. So Chris and I, though we disagree, we'll let you guys have this one. You can keep the space animals, guys, fine. So that is the image of the zodiac. So next we have the gender of the zodiac. And sorry, social justice warriors, but according to the cosmos, there are only two genders, man and woman, yin and yang, positive and negative. And that's how we humans are too, according to the cosmos. And how did we decide which sections of the sun's yearly path are boys and which are girls? It's actually really fascinating. You see, we just arbitrarily started with the first one and said it was a boy, and then we do boy, girl, boy, girl, boy, girl around the circle. What, you got a better idea?
The original philosophical or metaphysical or conceptual motivation for assigning gender was the idea that the odd signs are basically associated with the masculine, and the even signs are associated with the feminine. So like ones, for example, are number one, which is Aries, is said to be a masculine sign, and then number two, Taurus, is a feminine sign. So it was that alternation based on numerological principles.
The zodiac sit girl, boy, crisscross applesauce in a circle. Hey, what do you want, man? That's how the universe is organized. Boy, girl. So if you're an Aries, Gemini, Leo, Libra, Sagittarius, or Aquarius, you are a boy. Nope. I don't care about your genitalia. I don't care about your identity. I don't care about your gender expression. You are a boy and the rest of you are girls, and nobody's fucking allowed to change it. That's how we're doing bathrooms now, okay? Hey, psst, don't think about it. Come on, we just need to get all these attributes established just because they're going to give us all the necessary knobs and levers to play the game later on, okay? It's boy, girl. Shut up. Okay, so now we've got image and gender. And the next attribute is something that astrologers call modality, which is sort of just a fancy way of saying in which part of the season does this particular section of the sun's ecliptic path occur. So we can divide each of the 4 seasons into beginning, middle, and end, and then assign one of each of those sections to the zodiac. Early summer, midsummer, late summer. That's the modality. So the 3 possible modalities for a zodiac are, they call them cardinal, fixed, and mutable, which are just fancy astrologer ways of saying beginning, middle, and end. You can be a beginny type of a boy, a middly type of a girl, or an endy fella of one binary or the other. So if you're born in the middle of summer, you have like middle energy for the rest of your life. So, you're bound to get like the middle seat on the airplane, and like an average test score is, I guess, you're middly, you're mid. That's how it works. I'm sorry. So now with gender, modality, and image, we can start to see a little bit how the astrology game is going to be played. You see? Check this out. So let's take me, a Cancer. So we already established the attribute of image, which for me is a crab, and crabs, as we all know, are emotional and nurturing, obviously. Shut up! And my gender is female, which again is eerily accurate. And my modality is cardinal, a fancy way of saying beginning-y, because I was born in early summer. I'm a beginning-y woman. I'm a bitch who likes to start shit. I'm an upstart, but an emotional and nurturing one too. You see? So Cancers like me tend to be associated with starting projects that are nurturing and feminine and related to crabs. So, like maybe we would expect Cancer people to like open a crab spa. If you ever see a sweet old lady at the crab spa, just ask her if she was born in early July. Boom. You see how I do that shit? That sounded pretty good, right? Hey, that's the magic of astrology. That's right, bitch. It's early crab girl summer. Time to get emotional and nurturing. Hey, you're beginning to see how the game is played, aren't you? But there's more attributes yet for the zodiac. The next zodiac attribute is the planetary ruler. Each zodiac section is ruled by one of Shamash's siblings. Is ruled by a Greek god. Is ruled by a planet. Yeah, the planet rules over the imaginary slice of sky. They rule it. The planet. So what does that mean? Well, the wiser among you have probably already guessed that we're just going to take the planets and then arbitrarily assign one to each zodiac sign as we go around the circle. And that's exactly what we're doing. But wait a minute, which order should we assign them? Well, you might think that we'd put them in order of their distance from the sun. You know, my very educated mother just served us 9 pizzas. But no. We put them in order of speed. That's how we determine which planet rules which sky sliver.
So the moon is sometimes used as a starting point in terms of what Austin said, the ascending Ptolemaic or ascending Chaldean order, where the moon is first because it's the one that moves the quickest.
And remember, the sun and moon are planets for the sake of this board game. And Uranus and Neptune and Pluto, we don't care about them so much. So yeah, we put the fastest planet, the moon, stay with me, as the ruler of the Cancer sky sliver. The Cancer weeks of the year, the moon rules that abstract imaginary period of time and floating piece of nothing sky that corresponds with those few weeks of the year. The moon rules it. She's in charge, goddammit. What the moon says goes from June 21st to July 2nd. Or at least that is what is according to what our teachers call the traditional rulership scheme. And I just love hearing them all laugh at the idea of them questioning this or asking why they're using it.
I think we're going to be using the traditional rulership scheme, so maybe it's worth mentioning that I think the three of us use.
I think we probably will.
Do we all agree on this?
I think we are. Well, not everyone's on the same page. We are the three of us.
I know the three
are.
of us. Yeah, by we, the three of us.
Yes.
Yeah, the royal we.
The royal we.
Of course, we're just mindlessly following this tradition. Us? Question tradition? Oh, hilarious. Of course we all use it. Hey, good astrologers don't ask questions. In fact, that's one of the moon's rules, I think. So now we have another knob to play with. The planetary ruler. So I am now an early crab moon woman now. And I think that speaks for itself. Next, we have element. And if you've ever played Pokemon, this should be pretty intuitive to you. Pikachu is electric type, Onyx is rock type. You get it. The ancient people who invented astrology decided that there are only 4 elements in the universe. And they're basically just the ones from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Earth, air, fire, water. And then you guessed it, we just randomly assign them to the zodiac signs going around the circle in the order, without a care in the world. No, guys, there's just 4 elements in the universe. And according to this thoughtless distribution, Cancer, me, is a water sign. So add water to the list of things you know about me.
So we're talking about the water and beginnings, right? And so we have Cancer as, the sign of the moon, the sign of the mother, right? We're talking, where does life come from? Oh, it comes from the primordial waters. What's going on inside the womb? Oh, it's filled with primordial waters that have a very similar salinity to...
Hang on, guys. I'm going to take a bong rip real quick.
Seawater. Where does the water come from? It comes from the ground. It's a well. It's a spring. Where does civilization... Where did civilization happen? Oh, people gathered around the source of the water.
Holy shit, this guy's a genius.
Oh, Cancer is nurturing, right? It's what is nurturing? It's it's those first waters. Whether it's mother's milk or the primordial sea or the spring or the well that keeps your town from, being dehydrated and dying.
And this element thing is obviously a huge potent source of meaning, once we start doing interpretations, because we all know hey, if you're a fire sign, you're like Charizard and, you're boisterous and rambunctious and fiery. And if you're a water sign, you're more like Dugong, elegant and sweet and cute and emotional. And if you're an earth sign like Geodude, you're down to earth and grounded. And of course, if you're an air sign like Pidgey, you're weak to thunder attacks, but you can also use the HM Fly, which is a huge bonus for navigation on the world map. Don't you guys just hear them talking and it's these are just Pokemon nerds. The conversation they're having as fully grown adults about astrology is the exact conversation that 6-year-old boys have talking about which Pokemon type is the most powerful and who defeats who in a battle.
Air covers the most ground.
Yeah.
You mean physically covers?
Fires might... Yeah, earth is just there. You can move water, but it takes some doing. Fire can spread, but air, the air is blowing over us now and it'll be hundreds of miles away later. Air just covers ground. No other element scatters like air. Air scatters the leaves. Not fire, not water, not earth, air.
Oh, Charizard is a fire type, but he's also a flying type, so he's kind of like a lizard, but he's also a bird or a dragon, and he needs to be careful around water. I hear no difference in these two conversations. This is just like if Pokemon had no rules. So a lot of this game just involves playing around with different combinations of these attributes. So yeah, Cancer is cardinal, beginning-y water, but other people are fixed or middle-y water. But just listen to all the different ways you can riff on this idea of fixed water.
Fixed water, I often hear, and I always liked the analogy, the elemental analogy of like an ice cube. So what was your previous?
An ice
you were
cube?
Talking about,
an iceberg?
Yeah, like an ice cube, because it's water, but when what is fixed water? Like, how do you stop water from moving? You freeze it.
Well,
that's true.
Well, so and my answer was that you fix its direction, right? A river it's always going in the same direction.
When you think of fixed water, you think of a river? Really? Not like a pond? A static puddle? Rivers are flowing. They're constantly moving and changing course over time. They're not fixed at all. So wait, is fixed water ice or a river? Or like a septic tank, maybe? Hey, it's whatever the hell you want it to be. But yeah, wow, Austin is such a pro at this type of like free association. Watch him break down what a cardinal beginning-y fire sign is like.
Cardinal fire sign.
Yeah.
Right. So cardinal's beginning. How do you begin fire?
Wood.
You begin with friction.
Oh.
You need friction. That's how you need friction to get a spark and then to ignite things. And Aries happens to be Mars ruled. Obviously, this is a yang sign if we're talking about friction and ignition. To have friction, you need two things, right? Mars needs two things. You need resistance, right? You need friction. To get that spark. And so Aries is about, in essence, is about the friction which creates ignitions.
Wow, bravo, sir. So as you're beginning to see, everything is completely arbitrary all the way to the bottom. And you can just bend and play around with all these knobs and levers to play the astrology game any way you want. It's all open to interpretation, and no interpretation is wrong. And finally, we have body parts as the last attribute of the zodiac. And hey, can you guess how this works? Yeah, we're just arbitrarily doing A equals 1, B equals 2 bullshit all the way around the fucking circle. Yeah, just start at the top and go down. So the head is Aries, the neck is Taurus, Gemini is the lungs. Oh, that's because there's 2, that one works. Which of course makes me Cancer, boobs. No questions? Great.
But Cancer is like the upper chest. Like when you're like, oh, I have a feeling, you clutch the Cancer part. If you're like, oh, I'm offended, and you clutch your pearls, which are the stones of the moon, you're clutching the Cancer part, right? Cancer is that upper chest feeling, and then Leo is more little bit further down, right next to the diaphragm in the solar plexus.
Write that down, guys. When you clutch your pearls, you're clutching the moon, which is Cancer, because your pearls on the neck are the boobs or whatever. That makes sense to you, right? So my attributes are as follows. Crab, girl, early summer, moon, water, boobs. And people who know me right now are freaking out and probably have their jaws on the floor because I could not imagine a more perfect collection of words to describe the totality of my person. But wait, we're not even done yet. All of this is still just my sun sign. And yeah, your sun sign may be the single most important part of who you are, astrologically speaking, but it's not the only part. No, astrology can give us even more silly words like crab and boobs to add to our collection of identity words. But first, we just need to come home to what astrologers call the houses. So the next thing we need to talk about is the house system. This is a totally different thing, but it's kind of easy to mix it up with the zodiacs at first. Mostly because the house system is also just a circle divided into 12 sections. But it's a different circle, and these 12 sections mean different things. So the moment you're born, when the magical space metaphor rays presumably zap your baby body, in that instant, your sun sign is determined. So yeah, I was a Cancer because because it was July and the sun was in the Cancer zodiac section of its elliptical path. But we need to go deeper than just the sun sign. Other things are also happening in that instant of your birth too. Okay, before we get to the houses, real quick. In addition to the sun sign, there's also the moon sign. So everybody has a sun sign and a moon sign. And the moon sign is basically the same concept. Where in the zodiac path is the moon at the moment of your birth? So in my case, the moon happened to be in the Pisces section. So that gives me a whole new bucket of random words to play with. According to astrologers, the sun sign is who you are and the moon is more like how you feel, you know? So people know me as a beginning-y crab girl, moon, water, boobs type of a person. But deep down, I am also a fish girl, late winter, endy, water feet person. That's how I feel. I contain multitudes. You'll notice that the overlap in my case is wet women and aquatic creatures. So those are the most resonant aspects of my holistic identity, I think. So that's my sun sign and the moon sign. But there's more. There's also what they call the rising sign. So remember, from our perspective on Earth, everything in the sky, including the zodiac, appears to rotate around us, rising from the eastern horizon and setting in the western horizon every day. So at the exact moment of your birth, one of the signs in this zodiac circle will be more or less on the eastern horizon. And this is the third most important sign, your rising sign, because it's rising over the horizon at the moment of your birth, or as the fancy people call it, the ascendant. The sun is who you are, the moon is how you feel, and the rising sign is how you meet the world, astrologers say. So this is why the exact minute or second of your birth really matters, because the moon and the rising sign are things that are changing much more frequently than the sun sign. The rising sign is changing every few minutes, not like the sun sign, which changes every few weeks. So in my case, my rising sign is Leo. So even though I'm all about women's boobs and feet and water, I engage with the world as a lion would. You get it? So these are the big three signs. And already you have like 15 or 20 different buttons and levers that you can play around with to tell whatever story you want about your life. Why does the sun mean that and the moon mean that and the rising mean that? Well, hey, just think about it for a second. What is the sun? Well, the sun is bright and visible like our outward characteristics. The moon changes frequently like our emotions. And you know, the rising sign, it's like you rise up to meet the world, right? Come on. That's airtight logic. The sun is bright, so that must be you. Of course, the moon doesn't actually change. Hey, guys, those are just shadows. The moon isn't changing. And yeah, the rising sign, it's not actually rising. We are, in fact, just spinning, so it appears to be rising. But no, none of that shit matters. We're just metaphorically interpreting the optical illusions at face value. Get back in that cave, damn you. Okay, so there's the big three, but there's more. Why stop with the sun and the moon and the rising? What about the setting? What about the high noon? What about all the other planets? I mean, they were somewhere when you were born. So let's play with all that shit too. But how? That's why we need the houses. So the exact moment you were born, all of your houses are established too. Okay, imagine you're standing in like an empty, flat desert. Now draw a circle from your perspective so that the horizon cuts through the center. Now divide that circle into sections, 12 sections naturally. And your houses are determined the moment you're born and they stay fixed forever. But the effect is that the sky and the zodiac appear to rotate through the houses. It's like a video game HUD. Your rising sign, we put the first house there at the eastern horizon, and then yeah, we just go counterclockwise around counting up to 12, okay? But the 12 houses now represent all of the various aspects of your life. You know, your job, your love life, your health, your finances. And yeah, we just do 12 to make it easier, you know, 12 zodiacs, 12 houses. Well, it doesn't have to be 12. According to Chris, there are at least 3 different popular competing house systems, different ways of dividing up the circle.
That's tricky about the house division issue is you can see how all 3 of those systems have independent, unique value that is actually valuable and is actually useful from a symbolic standpoint.
All three of those systems have independent, unique value that is actually valuable and is actually useful from a symbolic standpoint. Another great Chris Brennan quote.
So that it's hard to just choose between them or say that one is correct and one is not, because in reality, all three have some valuable symbolic information to convey.
Some do 12 slices, you can do 8 slices, you can do 4 slices. You can really do whatever the hell you want. I mean, as with our base astrological systems, everything is equally valid. They all have practical symbolic value, as Chris describes it, whatever the hell that means.
The house division issue is so difficult because everybody who's using and preferring a different form of house division is doing so because each of the three forms of house division does actually have some practical symbolic value.
So which one do we pick? Well, the important thing he says is just make sure you have good reasons for your choice and you aren't just taking for granted what it says in some old book.
Whatever system you use, like I respect that, and I have respect for your approach to house division if it's something that you've put some thought into and you have reasons why you're using it. But if your approach to house division is just that, well, that's what my teacher used, or that's what this ancient text that I read that's a few centuries old used, and therefore I've decided just to follow that approach, I don't think that's necessarily as reasonable or defensible as a position as what you could have. So I think I would just encourage people to look into it themselves and come to their own conclusions rather than accepting something that somebody else says, and to not take things for granted has always been like one of my main things, is just like, don't take anything for granted. I try to strive on a regular basis not to take things for granted.
Well put, Chris. We shouldn't just take these fundamental astrological principles for granted. It doesn't matter what some old fart in some old ancient scroll said. It would be a mistake to simply take that for granted.
Whole sign houses seems to have been the most popular system of house division originally. I primarily use whole sign houses. Is that what you guys use primarily at this point as well?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I use whole sign houses.
So let's hear from our experts about why they all chose the same particular system of 12, which just happens to be the easiest one, and which they call the whole sign house system. Kelly, why don't you go first?
I often get asked why I use the whole sign house system. And I know the house system debate is a really hot one in astrology right now, with a lot of heated conversation and discussion from people on both sides of the argument. All I want to do here today is just share my reasoning about why I use the whole sign house system. And if it sounds like something you would like to check out, then I'd invite you to do your own research. And
do your own research, guys.
System that might work for you. I guess the simple answer is that Rob Ham told me to.
God fucking damn it, Kelly. You're supposed to not take things for granted just because some old astrologer said so. Chris, can you help us out? Why did you choose this house system? You were mentioning something about the Hermes text, I believe.
But I think the important thing is just being deliberate about what model you're using and not necessarily taking things for granted. Because Thrasyllus cites the Hermes text and he gives a list of significations of the houses, that means that this is actually the earliest list of the significations of the houses that we know of that gives a complete set of significations for all 12 houses. And because of that, this may also be not just the earliest one we know of, but it may actually be the original text that originally introduced and came up with the concept of the 12 houses to begin with. So the Hermes text seems to have been taking for granted the concept of whole sign houses, and they introduced a basic set of significations for each of those houses. So I think the Hermes text was already taking this for granted and may have introduced and discussed this concept of angularity potentially as the first text to do so in the Western tradition. And this then explains why so many of the later Hellenistic authors used whole sign houses as their primary approach as well, because they were following what was essentially the original tradition or the original system that was outlined in the initial text that introduced the 12 houses as like an idea or a new technique.
Yeah, I just love how Chris thinks he's trying to get to the epistemological bottom of astrology, but he thinks the way to do that is to just find the oldest possible text this, rather than actually like think about it yourself independently or test it. Why are there 12 houses? How about let's use our fucking brains and talk about it? If somebody figured this shit out 2,000 years ago using just third grade geometry, we should be able to re-arrive at the same conclusions, no? If no one can explain why we have this rule, then it's not a good rule.
So this is probably then the reason why so many of the early, not just early texts, but why so many of the later astrological texts, both the literary text by authors like Dorotheus and Valens, as well as the standalone birth charts, are taking whole sign houses for granted. It's probably because the Hermes text itself, which was probably the original text that introduced the first set of significations for the 12 houses, was itself taking the whole sign house framework for granted and using that as its primary approach. I meant to mention earlier that what sucks is that a lot of this is a reconstruction of what happened in the early Hellenistic tradition, because we've actually lost, they didn't survive, the foundational texts by the foundational authors like Hermes and Asclepius and Nicepso and Petasiris. All we have is like references or allusions or sometimes little fragments of those texts that survive in quotations by later authors like Valens, but we don't have the full texts themselves to actually study to know exactly what they said.
Okay, so you're taking it for granted because Valens took it for granted, that Hermes took it for granted based on a text that none of you have ever read? Actually, it kind of sounds like it's just a chain of people taking things for granted all the way down to the bottom. This is what confuses me about Chris Brennan. He says we shouldn't take anything for granted, but he's also saying with zero sense of irony that literally the foundational authors of his practice specifically just took everything for granted from whomever the fuck they got it from. This is a cult of taking things for granted. You shouldn't take things for granted, but let's listen to the other people who took things for granted. Ancient people are allowed to take things for granted. 2,000 years ago, you could take things for granted. So nobody fucking knows who came up with this horse pucky or why we even think that magical video game Halo 3 HUD space houses that are symbolically tethered to our birthdays exist or are divided the way they are or have the specific magical powers that all three of our teachers agree upon. If you have questions about that, please consult the citations from the Hermes text. What's that? It doesn't exist? Fuck you, that's not my problem. We don't care. Who cares? But we do all agree the whole sign 12 sign house division system is the way to go.
In the whole sign house system, there's always 12 houses, and they perfectly coincide with each of the 12 signs.
Oh, that's convenient.
So this is actually probably the reason why there are 12 houses to begin with, rather than some other number like 4 or 8 or 36.
Or a billion or 500 million.
Were originally meant to coincide with the 12 signs of the zodiac using the whole sign house system. So whole sign houses is actually the simplest method of house division, or at least it's one of the most straightforward methods.
Oh, that's good news.
To do in order to calculate whole sign houses is determine what sign of the zodiac the ascendant is located in. And whatever sign of the zodiac that is, that entire sign becomes the first house in the chart. And then what you do in order to calculate the rest of the houses is that they all coincide with the subsequent zodiacal signs in zodiacal order, which is counterclockwise.
So now we've got the house circle and the zodiac circle, both perfectly divided in 12 for no reason. You can tell that they're like scratching at the idea of a 12-month calendar like we have today. They feel it should be 12. They're dreaming the crazy dream of a modern day calendar. And then eventually these two circles, the zodiac circle and the house circle, will be transposed over each other as they rotate independently. And that's when the board game style fun begins. So the zodiac wheel represents all of the 12 different types of people, and the house represents the 12 parts of your life. Okay? Capiche? Yeah, there's 12 aspects of your life, if you didn't know that. So, you know, like job, wife, house. Did you guys ever play MASH as a kid? Mansion, attic, shack, house. It's basically that, but like less detailed and nuanced. How did we assign these things to these houses? Well, through careful improv style gameplay, actually. We just made them up, but in a way that feels justified enough.
The starting point for the houses is the 4 angles, the 4 angular houses, 1, 4, 7, and 10. And those are the basis of the houses because they have like immediate astronomical properties, that the fact that the sun and the other planets rise over the horizon in the first house, or that they set and sink under the earth in the 7th house, or that in the 10th house, the planets are at their highest and most visible part of the chart. So they're the most evident. And then therefore astrologers draw symbolic interpretations for that and say, well, this is where the native will be the most eminent in their life, or this is where the native's reputation will be seen, or their public life will be seen through the 10th house, because symbolically that's where the planets are at their most visible. And then conversely, at the 4th house, the planets are at their most hidden, because that's the midnight position. And therefore, the 4th house is said to represent the native's private life and their home life and family and things like that, things that are private and therefore opposite to the 10th house significations of your reputation and your public visibility in your career.
So as you can see, it's actually not arbitrary at all. The 10th house has magical powers to influence your career because the 10th house is the highest in the sky, meaning that when a planet is there, like high noon, it's the most visible, the most prominent, kind of like how your career is the most visible and prominent part of your life. Come on, kinda. You gotta admit, kinda. What? Come on, you don't think so? Because of course we start with the first house, the sunrise area of the sky. That represents you, because of your birth and new beginnings, because the sunrise is like the beginning of the day. Come on, that's rock solid. What I'm trying to say is just imagine if poetry was real. That's sort of how this whole process works. So yeah, basically we just start with like sunrise, sunset, high noon, and those all have pretty good built-in poetic qualities, right? Come on. Sunrise or new beginnings, sunsets or romance, fine, sure. But how the hell do we define these random fucking houses in between? What does 2 p.m. mean in terms of magical poetic symbolism powers? Is 2 p.m. wife or money? I could see it going either way, guys. Yeah, it becomes a lot more tricky when we're not just doing sunrise and sunset. And just to pause and zoom back for a moment, I really want to emphasize that what we're doing here is we're just building castles on a foundation of nothing. Like, watch how stupid this all is.
So the 2nd house is a succedent house. It is the house where when planets are placed in it, they're rising up towards the 1st house. So it has some sense of that which follows after what happens in the 1st house. And if what happens in the 1st house is you're born and you emerge into life, then the 2nd house is what happens immediately after that, which is when you're moving downwards in the order of houses, you're descending down underneath the earth and you're moving further into the earth, into the sort of, in broader metaphysical terms, let's say like the realm of physical incarnation. That's a great metaphor for like the 2nd house being a succedent house that rises up to the 1st and sort of supports the 1st in doing so. It's that which rises up to and supports the 1st house and the physical body. And here we find in the 2nd house some basic topics having to do with material things, basically tends to be the primary meaning of the 2nd house. So things like finances, possessions, and income become 3 of the sort of core significations of the 2nd house that are pretty consistent in the Western astrological tradition for most of the past 2,000 years.
I usually think of it as like the main money house. So in terms of, earning money, spending money, saving money, what is your general kind of experience with and perhaps attitudes to the cash flow?
Thank you for adding nothing, Kelly. Okay, so the 1st house represents you, right? Because the sunrise is like being born and you were born. So what does the 2nd house represent? Well, of course, that which logically follows after being born. Money. Yeah, it rises up and supports the 1st house. Money supports birth. You get it. Come on. Lock it in. Second house money. This is what they teach you in improv school. You just have to say yes and you just keep building forward without ever going back and questioning the established reality from the previous guy. I'm sorry, but this shit, like pretending it's justified, actually enrages me even more. I actually just wish they were like, hey, we have no idea why, but the second house, it just means money. Magically, that's the way it is. We don't know why. But this pathetic attempt at justification is so hollow. Because, guys, sunrises don't necessarily mean new beginnings. A sunrise could mean the end of the night. This is all just human projection. We evolved to sleep at night, but some other animals evolved to sleep during the day. There's no objective universal truth to our particular relationship with the sun. All of the 12 houses could be argued to be fucking anything you want. Hey guys, maybe the second house could be like your mother or your house or your crib. Doesn't that rise up to support birth more than cash flow? Babies don't really need like cash money. They need motherly love. And if career is the 10th, shouldn't cash flow be that which follows after that one? And also, hey, why is career the 10th at high noon? By definition, a career is not visible. You cannot see the totality of the corporations I've been employed to over the past few decades. Career is an abstract, intangible quality. If the sun is most visible at high noon, which I don't even think that's true, by the way, it's just above us, it's not more visible, but whatever. Still, the most visible and prominent part of a human is not their intangible career. It would be their physical appearance, right? Their body. So why is physical appearance in the first house when the sun isn't even fully risen? It actually makes no fucking sense if you think about it at all, as opposed to taking it for granted. It's all maddeningly arbitrary. Here's another thing that confuses me. These houses don't just like affect you, but they also pertain to other people. So it's like, how do my houses affect my wife? Doesn't she have a say in this? Other people are affected by my birth chart? How does that work? I thought it was just the magical metaphor Ray zapping my baby body.
Houses tell us like, so I don't know, let's say we have some wonderful like Moon Jupiter conjunction in Cancer, right?
Yeah.
Well, is that in a person's 11th house, like Kurt Cobain, and so they have an amazingly devoted, loving audience? Mm-hmm. Is it in a person's first house? Right. So they're just like this giant ball of cuddly wisdom. Right. Or is it, is it in their fourth? Was it their mom?
Yeah.
That had that,
family.
that brought that? Like,
yeah.
How can the 11th house affect audience? Like, doesn't that sort of depend on all of those other people's birth charts? Like, I am part of the audience to other people. Am I just a slave to Jerry Seinfeld's birthday data? Shit, Jerry's got Jupiter in the 11th again. Time to rewatch season 1. Our masters haven't really dug this deep, so don't worry about it. But they do love to talk about celebrities. They also think that John Lennon died because of Yoko's birth chart.
I think like Yoko Ono, for example, had the ruler of the 7th and the 12th and experienced her husband getting shot, the loss of a husband, for example.
Yeah.
So you see, it was Yoko's fault after all, guys. So you actually can learn a lot about yourself by looking at other people's birth charts too. But astrologers don't really talk about that aspect, but that is the built-in implication here.
Once you get to the 8th house, you start getting into the concept of derived or derivative houses or turning the wheel. Because if the first house is you and the second house indicates your money or your finances and the 7th house is the other or is your, let's say, your marriage partner, then by extension, the 8th house is the second house relative to the 7th house.
Others' money.
Yeah, so literally
money.
others' money or the assets of others. And when you introduce that as a concept of other people's money or that which belongs
you guys are all
others,
very interested in other people's money. That much is clear.
It's a much broader category of things that you could start putting there.
I hate this, guys. Just like, why is school in the 3rd house, but education is in the 9th house?
I have no qualm with 9th house further education. That one I'm very comfortable with.
Yeah.
I just see primary education as much, if not more, in the 4th than I do in the 3rd.
Okay.
And I think that's why the 3rd house is primary school, though, because it's associated with the angular triad right next to the 4th, and it does play that more foundational role. Versus once you finally get to university in the 9th, you have that angular triad that's leading into and preparing you for your 10th house career, where you're much more directly oftentimes at that point going towards whatever your vocation is going to be, as opposed to just sort of laying a foundation of the basics.
You can see within the third house a person's experience of primary education.
Come on, they're just making shit up.
I think
I mean,
primary.
that's pretty consistent, I think. Yeah, like, so elementary school, I guess middle school here.
Right.
And I mean, would you put high school in that? And then university and post-high school is all 9th house?
That's often what's said.
Yeah.
I'm very comfortable with 9th house being further education.
Yeah.
There's only 12 aspects for the entire scope of the human's life. Can we just put schooling together in one house, guys? I think 112 is plenty. And I have so many other questions. Who says what's a short trip and what's a long trip? How is the universe defining that? Why not just put travel in one house?
When I learned about the joys of the planets, it helped me understand the short trips thing a little bit better, because knowing the moon is such a fluctuating planet that she's changing shape and changing form. She's always kind of in movement and motion from one night to the next. She's different, or she's in a different part of the sky, much faster than the other planets. That helped me understand, and the kind of trips or travel that happen in the third house it's not necessarily the life-changing, once in a lifetime sort of thing. It's that, as I'm going to talk about neighborhoods and things like that being in the third, but it's all that sort of busyness of back and forward and round and round.
Astrologers have also arbitrarily decided that there are 3 types of houses: angular, succedent, and cadent, which are just fancy bullshit ways of saying that they have strong, medium, and weak forces of magical powers, okay?
And I want to go back conceptually to the reason why the 9th house indicates travel, because also partially explains why the 3rd house does, and it has to do with the conceptualization of what a cadent house actually is and what's happening, what it symbolizes astronomically. So all of the angular, if you take a chart, like let's assume that this is a chart and it shows the 12 houses of the chart.
I think those are both safe assumptions.
All of the angular houses show planets that are present at the angles, and there's a sense with angular planets of fixity or of permanence, especially in terms of, in a temporal sense, it's like that which is present at the present moment in time, like the present, let's say. The 4 angles indicate the present.
The here and now.
Shut the fuck up, Kelly.
What's interesting about cadent planets, like let's say planets in the 4th house. So the 4th house and then the 3rd house is the cadent house that goes along with the 4th. So planets in the 3rd, they are moving away from or departing. They're traveling away from where they just were in the 4th.
Yeah.
So if the 4th house, being the lowest part of the chart that's under the earth, represents the home and the foundation, then the 3rd house, being a cadent house, is like leaving home. The planets are literally leaving home. And I think that's how you originally got some of the significations of like short distance travel being associated with the 3rd house.
Yeah, got to leave the house, got to run some errands.
Yeah.
Right.
You see, there's always a way to justify whatever bullshit you want.
Then the opposite to that is the 10th house. And so then the 10th house is a fixed angular house and indicating what is present. And then the 9th house is, again, cadent, and it's traveling away from there. It's moving away from the angle, and therefore the planets in the 9th are sort of like going out on a journey or setting out on a journey. But it's the opposite end or the other side of the coin from the 3rd house, where it's not a short distance journey that's just in your own local neighborhood. This is a long distance journey that's going abroad or going elsewhere and going into like unfamiliar or foreign lands in some sense.
Yeah, that's perfect.
It's beautiful.
Perfect, beautiful. No possible room for error there. But hey, here's another question. Why is sex in the 5th house, but relationships are in the 7th house? At bare minimum, those two should be like adjacent concepts, I think. In all the hours upon hours that I listened to of these 3 bozos talk, like one of the only things these astrologers couldn't just yes and each other into agreement was which house sex goes in, besides my own bachelor pad. I'm sorry. So Chris thinks sex should be in the 5th house because Venus has her joy there. No, yeah, you heard me right. Venus, the Greek goddess from the painting, Uma Thurman from Baron von Munchausen, rejoices in the 5th house. You got it? She has her joy there. You know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to explain that. But anyway, Kelly actually challenges this.
So the 5th house is a succedent house that follows after the 4th. And so it has to do with notions of that which comes after, or that which is subsequent to the 4th house. In terms of significations, the 5th house is traditionally associated with children as its primary signification. Also, because the 5th is said to be the place where Venus has her joy, and it is called the place of good fortune. In the medieval period, the 5th house becomes associated with pleasures. Mm-hmm. And then eventually in modern times, it gets associated also with notions of creativity. Mm-hmm. So I think those are core 5th house significations that are relatively common, at least in, those three traditions of like ancient Hellenistic, medieval, and then modern. Would you guys say those are relatively solid or not contested?
I think the only contested topic is the topic of sex, which in modern astrology is usually placed in a different house in the 8th.
The earliest reference I can find is actually in Valens in the 2nd century, and he seems to associate sex with the 7th house because that's where you find the other, and that's where you find the partner, the marriage partner. Mm-hmm. And it's also the place where the sky and the earth are sort of like coming together. So what he says is he associates it with like intercourse or intercoupling.
Oh, grow up.
The sun is setting and submerging and like moving into the earth, or the other planets are setting and moving into.
Gross. Stop doing that with your hands.
Within, but also uniting with the earth in some way where the sky and the earth come together. And I think it's that notion of like coming together and union that ends up becoming one of the primary symbolic motifs. But then eventually in the medieval period, because of the joy of Venus being in the 5th, eventually the 5th house becomes the primary place of sex, especially by the Renaissance. And then eventually in the modern period, due to the sign equals house thing, they start associating Scorpio, which was associated with the genitals.
Mm-hmm. Like Drake.
Assign through that Scorpio to the 8th house, and then the 8th house becomes the house of sex.
If I were going to put money on whether a person would have more sex, all other factors being equal, during a 7th or 8th house perfection, I would bet 7th or 5th very strongly over 8th.
The 8th house is the succedent house that follows after the 7th. And so therefore, theoretically or conceptually, following the exact same model some of the traditional astrologers did, the 8th should follow that which comes after the partnership that you form in the 7th. And one of the things that does follow after subsequently to getting in a long-term relationship or a marriage with somebody is like having sex as part of the relationship, let's say theoretically.
But I don't think that makes it the primary house because there's all this other 8th house stuff, which is not sexy.
Correct. Yeah.
Sure, but let's just say it could, because one of the things we need to, one of the discussions we have to have.
Actually, let me strengthen that point. One of the primary significations of the 5th house is good things happening to the physical body.
Yeah, I mean that has got to be the primary part.
Shut up, Kelly. Stay out of this.
Another primary 5th is things that are pleasurable and fun, and specifically bodily. Right?
Yeah.
And then with the 7th, like it's all about the intersection between you and another. And so the 8th is not primarily about other people's bodies. You can get there. It's not contrary to the house. But if you look at the 8th doesn't bring people together in happy union. You need something else besides just 8th houseness to bring bodies together in joyful, loving, pleasurable union.
And normally wine will do it.
Joyful, loving, pleasurable, fruitful as keywords for the 8th in the tradition at all.
Well, right. But the 8th is also that which is a value, is seen to be a value that the other has or possesses. And when you get into that as a broad 2nd house thing, while we usually put possession in that, like, I don't know, you start getting into broader meanings where it could start heading in that direction.
Yeah, you can get there, but it's not It's not nearly as primary as it is for the 5th or 7th. I wouldn't mind taking into account the 8th, but I would privilege the 5th and 7th above the 8th. Do you have kids when you have 10th house transits, or is it when there's, when do people get pregnant? Like you don't think that they were like, okay, I'm pretty sure if we do it this way, the theoretical rational, we should get children here, and they didn't look at charts?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but some people absolutely do have 10th house transits when they have children. Or I've seen some people in their zodiac releasing from a lot of spirit periods, which usually just represent a person's career. Like they'll go into peak periods when they had kids, or you'll see a loosing of the bond, and that was them having children, because for that individual, in some instances, not in all instances, them having kids is something that's tied into their overall career or life's work. And while that's not the same way for everybody, I do see that with some people or some clients.
That definitely happens with some charts.
Oh, he's pissed.
So then that's, though, an independent, not just symbolic, but also practical reason why sometimes kids can be.
Yeah, but you can get indicators of children in any house.
Sure, Venus may rejoice in the 5th house, but think about how sunsets are kind of like sex, because the sun is moving into the earth like a penis fucking a hole. So maybe sex should be in the 7th house, because the sun fucks the earth as it descends. Sex. But just, hey guys, people have sex every day. Babies are born every day. All the birthdays are accounted for. It has nothing to do with planets or talismans or magical sky slivers. We're just animals who just see each other and we get horny and fuck and have babies. That's it. Jupiter is not involved in this process. In the extremely rare instance that the astrologers disagree about something like this, how could we ever reconcile it? How can we determine who wins this debate? There's no rules. It's just who has the most compelling metaphor. It's just like a poetry slam and the winner gets to decide the laws of the universe. It's so stupid.
Yeah.
The 8th is death, but also longevity, and that which destroys your longevity. Anyway.
Oh, so it represents two sides of the same coin. Isn't that just everything then? In this house, something either good or bad is going to happen, and it will pertain to either life or death. And it could be you or somebody close to you. Oh, so that just includes everything then. We're just never elevating above the level of the math folder is red, science is green, English is yellow, history is blue. None of this shit is real or matters at all. If you're into this, you have to be into poopology too. You have to. The only thing that matters, the only thing anybody should be talking about in the context of astrology is, does this work? Why would it work? How can we demonstrate that this is true? But just none of the few relevant questions are ever addressed by actual astrologers. All there is sunrise and sunset. Everything else is just bad poetry. So that's the whole sign house system. You get it. Just fucking memorize the chart, okay? So now we're just missing one ingredient to really bring this all to life. Before we can fully play the astrology game, we now have the board all set up and we're just missing the pieces. And those are the planets. Okay, so we are now finally ready to talk about the stars of the astrology show. Not the literal stars. You know them, you love them. Ladies and gentlemen, bring in the planets. Remember, astrology was invented before telescopes and shit, so they only knew about the planets that we can see with the naked eye. They didn't know about Uranus or Neptune or Pluto or the billions of other planets. So none of those are part of astrology. Well, some people have added them in, but it's DLC. You can choose to do it or not. Nobody really cares. But yeah, we don't think they have the same type of magic probably because you can't see them.
And I think one of the big differences is that the 7 original or traditional planets are visible to the naked eye. So to my mind, that we experience them differently versus the modern or outer planets, which we need an intermediary like a piece of technology to connect with or to view.
The thing that you can see that's visible to the observer and the specific way that it appears to the observer has important symbolic implications. And I think that's where the visible versus not visible distinction comes into play when it comes to the planets.
You have to be able to see them for the magic to work. Sorry, that's the rule. So Pluto gets shafted here too, but in its place, we do consider the sun and the moon to be planets, even though they're objectively not. In case there's any second graders watching, I'll take the opportunity to remind everyone that a planet has to orbit a star. Planets go around the sun, which is a star, and then moons go around the planets. That's what those words mean. But astrology, again, is stuck in the year 0 of scientific progress, so they just intentionally misused the word planet. Fine, great. So the planets are Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. Every planet has specific different magical powers. And no, we didn't get these from Greek mythology, no. These come from objective, careful study. But yeah, they coincidentally do perfectly match the Greek myths associated with their namesake. But just real quick, if the planets and stars and shit, like, all have magical powers, why are we capping the list at like these 7? There are many other things in outer space. Even in our solar system, there's tons of other big asteroids and comets and shit. There's also like half a dozen dwarf planets in our solar system too. What is Gong Gong doing to me? Or Makemate? Or Eris? Or Haumea? Or Quaor? Or Orcus? These are all real dwarf planets in our solar system. Hey, we found more! Which one is in charge of my sweat glands? Scientists estimate that there are hundreds of billions of planets in our galaxy alone. Not to mention the hundreds of billions of stars and hundreds of billions of moons too in our galaxy, if we're counting those as planets. But our cute little circle chart would look really ugly and yucky if we tried to divide it into 100 billion sections. Oh, sorry, right, yeah, none of that shit matters because we can't see it without a telescope. Wait, so are blind people just immune to astrology? If you have to see the planet for the magic to work, then yeah, the magic isn't gonna work on blind people. Oh, so that's why all the oracles were blind in ancient Greece, maybe? Huh, but then they can't do astrology. Or they can? They can do it better? I don't know, guys. But either way, there are thousands of shining objects that we can see in the night sky with our naked eye. But even still, we just care about 7 of them. 7 feels nice, right? You know, 7, the 7 dwarves, 7 deadly sins, 7 planets. It's much nicer, you know? It'll be way easier mentally for us to play the board game. So basically, everybody has their own specific board orientation of the 12 houses with certain zodiacs in different houses and, you know, the sun, moon, rising signs, you know, all that bullshit. So that's the biggest part of your birth chart, okay? Follow me. But now we got to do the houses and how the planets interact with the houses. So we've decided that 10th house means career, right? Okay. So if you see it's Pisces in the 10th house, that means that your career is a fisherman. You're a career fisherman or a fishmonger or a seafood chef or a drag queen or you're in a jam rock band. You know, something fish related. But that's just the beginning because the planets also rotate through the sky. And so they also enter all of your houses and they also do magical things. So Mars is the planet of bloody, bloody war, of course, not Earth, where every war has happened. So no, Mars is war. So when Mars enters your 10th house, you might expect to get drafted into a bloody, bloody war or something like that. So again, everything in the sky appears to be rotating around once a day. But that's not the movement we're talking about, remember. We need to do the same thing like we did with the sun. Basically just take a snapshot every day of the planet at the same time and then see where it's moving in relation to where it was yesterday. You follow me? So normally they all go around in a circle, but sometimes they move backwards in retrograde, which has its own bullshit meanings we don't care about. It should be fucking obvious. But so it's this zodiacal motion that matters, not the apparent motion we see day to day. So Mars moves this way about 1 degree every 2 days. So it takes about 2 years for Mars to travel all the way around the zodiac. So these planets entering your house figuratively, astrologers assure us, explain virtually everything that happens in all of human history, from wars to dating to body odor. And Chris also assures us that, no, we don't need mythology in order to discover these magical personality traits of the planets.
And looking at some of the ancient texts is that mythology doesn't come up as frequently and is not referred to or resorted to as commonly in order to explicate the meanings of the planets and other celestial bodies as one might assume.
So how did we figure out which planets have which magical powers?
The point about the benefic, malefic, and the light and darkness in terms of the traditional planets,
yeah,
that may be a really valid point.
I think that's really the core of, in actuality, where the significations of the planets primarily come from. And the conceptual and theoretical starting point is this use of contrarieties or of opposites in order to determine significations. If you're trying to create a conceptual system, like you're trying to create astrology from scratch, and you're trying to come up with a system of meanings, then if something is going to mean something, then you have to have something that means the opposite or that signifies the opposite or like the antithesis of that. And this is, I think, where benefic and malefic becomes the best starting point for that, because it derives from a fundamental observational component, which is that if you look in the night sky and you observe the planets, you'll see these two groups. One of the groups is Venus and Jupiter that appear very bright and very bright, sort of white shining stars. And then you'll see Mars and Saturn that appear sort of darker and more muted and kind of murky, where Mars is reddish and Saturn is kind of brownish.
Yeah, they're kind of dusky.
Right. So this immediately sets up
a good word. Dull is the other word.
Sets up a contrast between two groups of planets, which is the fundamental distinction of benefic and malefic. And from this, the astrologers seem to have started deriving contrasts and opposites, which included things like moral opposites and the application of, good versus evil.
So you see, the brighter, whiter planets are good, and the darker, swarthy planets are evil, right? That feels pretty objective to me. I mean, no one could disagree with that foundational basis for all astrological interpretation. God made Venus and Jupiter good guy planets, and God made Mars and Saturn bad guy planets. We know that has to be the case because, well, we do need opposites to play the game, so we need to go boy, girl, good guy, bad guy to play the game. Hey, sorry, that's how the universe was designed by God. So we're just taking all of that for granted, that there are two types of planets, benefic and malefic. That's the fancy astrologer word for good guy, bad guy. And now we're on the board. Now that we got good guy, bad guy, now the improv game reality has been established. We can build everything else on that.
Two of my keywords for Mars are Mars cuts and burns.
Absolutely.
Okay. He separates by means of, the blade, and then overheats and destroys by means of fire. Whenever Mars hits a critical point in my chart, I always burn myself on the stove,
yes.
or taking something out of the oven. Like and we'll sometimes have problems with inflammation or internal heat.
So maybe Mars is the reason why I sweat too much. Okay, that's useful information for me. So Mars is evil and red. So of course it has magical powers to make you angry, red in the face or blood. You get it. No. We promise Mars being the ancient Roman god of war. It's just a coincidence, guys. That's not why we say Mars is warlike. No, it's just parallel invention. Us and the Romans just both noticed the objective warlike energy coming from that thing we both call Mars. No, that's not an incomprehensible alien biome inhospitable to life as we know it. He's red because he's angry. That's not just projecting our natural human association between the color red and blood and passion. No. This is objective, scientific, cosmic facts about the universe. We're We're doing magic, sir. One more thing, sorry. There is another set of rules that we're just taking for granted, or at least Kelly is. So according to her, all of the planets also have 2 of 4 possible attributes themselves: hot and cold, or wet and dry. Yes, planets like the moon can be accurately described as being binarily hot or cold and dry or wet. This is a hard science, folks.
Other considerations that are sometimes taken into account are things like Ptolemy's basic natures of hot, cold, wet, and dry. And the sort of temperament model that I know you've done a lot of work with, Kelly, when it comes to the planets. And that's something that you found really useful, right?
It is really useful, but even in terms of the psychological connection of, someone who's got a dry tone or a wet tone to their personality, it's hugely descriptive. And I think it's one of those things that's really lost in our modern approach with looking at the planets. We don't think about the moon as being cold and wet and moist. We just think about it as having to do with emotions. But somebody who's got a very lunar personality, maybe the moon's on the ascendant in a water sign, for instance, they're going to have, even in their physical body, but as well as their psychology, that idea of togetherness or joining, which it's very much what wet planets or wet influences do. The sun is found to produce heat and dryness. The moon principally generates moisture, et cetera, et cetera. And the idea, just as you're saying, is to define the core quality of each of the planets according to whether it's hot, dry, cold, wet, and then to infer or develop, personality traits or life possibilities. If your career has a very dry quality, dryness can be a bit thin on the ground or a bit barren, whereas wetness can talk about the generation qualities. So there's a lot that you can extrapolate just from those basic concepts, I guess.
You guys got that? The moon generates water. Write that down.
Well, a quick word on the temperament pieces of Jupiter. It's a hot and moist planet, which are the conditions required for growth.
Ah, yes, Jupiter is a hot and moist planet. Never mind that the surface temperature on Jupiter is negative 234 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, I mean, it's extremely cold there, but it's hot, okay? Got it? It's hot, astrologically. And also just, Jupiter is a gas planet, so there's no liquid water or even like a surface that could be moist. It's not moist, guys. Sorry, no. The moon is wet. Fine, the moon is wet, guys. What's that, NASA? You're saying the moon is 100 times drier than the Sahara Desert? No, sweetie. It's metaphorically wet. Metaphorically wet in a way that's literally true. Does that make sense? Just shut up and roll the dice. It's your turn to play.
Because the moon is the celestial body that's the closest to us, to the Earth, that it primarily becomes associated with the body and the physical incarnation of the individual, because that's, what we're doing here. That's what's happening here on Earth, is that we're all alive, sort of in physical bodies,
sort of
living out our physical earthly lives.
So because the moon is the closest planet to us, it represents our physical bodies, right? Because it's physically close to us. Kind of. And our bodies are physically close to us, I guess. At least that's what Chris says. But Austin says, no, the moon represents our mood, because the moon is constantly changing its shape, like we change our moods.
The constant change which the moon evidences through her phases is a big part of the core symbolism, right? Things are always changing, right? And the moon rules those things which always change. On a psychological level, one of those things is mood, right? Like our moods are constantly changing.
And you see that too in the physicality or the visibility, that the moon is varying in shape and size almost from one night to the next.
We do have the constancy of the sun contrasted with the inconstancy of the moon.
So hold on, is the moon our mood or our physical body? Those seem totally different. Wow, another rare moment of disagreement among our teachers. And all of them are just pulling this shit out of their ass. So again, it's like, I don't know how you settle a dispute like this. They both seem equally true and equally retarded to me. So, hey, jump ball. But just again, when they say the moon is constantly in flux, constantly changing shape, it's like, I just need to stress that, hey guys, no, it's fucking not. The moon does not change shape at all. It's a cold, lifeless, empty rock that remains stagnant and unchanging. The sun actually changes a lot more. The sun is an inferno of dancing flames that periodically shoots out fireballs and one day will explode and die and transform and change colors. These misinterpretations of optical illusions that we imbue with the magical powers to explain literally everything in life. We think that also includes the ability to influence the way we physically look.
And then also shapes
and heights.
Orientation.
Yeah.
Saturn tends to give leaner people.
Mm-hmm.
Mars tends to give more like mesomorphic, muscly people with higher metabolisms.
Which
right?
makes sense. And the moon would give more fleshy type appearances.
Yeah, Jupiter also gives a relatively abundant body.
A full figure? Is that what you're trying to say?
Your physical appearance is determined by the position of the planets, guys, including, as Austin lets us know, how big your boobs are and what color your skin is.
So Mars can sometimes be said to indicate like a red or ruddy complexion, and Saturn can be said to indicate more of a darker complexion or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, that's a little tricky just talking like in terms of different people and different backgrounds or other things like that. But broadly speaking, archetypally, it can be applied in that way.
It'd be like relative
coloring.
Relative to parents.
Yes.
He thinks Mars makes people look more red, guys. But hey, we know what determines your skin color. And an inert ball of iron millions of miles away is not part of it. Guys, we solved the mystery of skin color. It's DNA. It's melanin. Just stop. If we want to get even dumber here, which I know we do, let's check in again on Austin's scammer wife. Remember her with the magical candles? So according to her, all of the planets actually do have like personalities to go along with their magical powers. Caitlin thinks that they have like very petty human minds. So you have to keep being nice to them and giving them gifts and flattering them if you want magical favors.
I'm also a big believer in just giving offerings and expressing your gratitude to the planets and stars without asking them for anything sometimes. Your relationship with all of the spirits that you work with and the powers that you work with, they're not dissimilar from all the human spirits we know. No one likes a fair weathered friend. You don't want someone who just shows up when they want something and doesn't really give a shit about you otherwise. So I'm big on just staying in sort of contact with the key powers that I work with.
Yeah, just like send a good morning text at least. Yeah.
That, there's an open dialogue and that they feel appreciated.
I thought these were like space gods. They're just the same as my shitty fucking friends. Jesus. Are we sure we're not just doing Greek polytheism? Like once you start sacrificing goats to Jupiter, I don't think that counts as astrology anymore. You're probably wondering now, so what are the magical powers that the planets have? Let's just quickly go through some of the planets so we get a sense of how this bullshit works.
Let's see. And in terms of other significations, I'm just looking at some of the ones I got from Valen, since that's what I've been focused on. But he lists things. Some of them are common that modern astrologers still associate. So, for example, he says the home and housekeeping are two of the significations of the moon. Let's see, the queen, the mistress of the house. But he also mentions other things that are a little different than modern astrology. For example, he associates it with he associates the moon with travel because it's moving so swiftly, as well as wanderings. And then he also has the body parts. Of course, that's a whole separate topic. And the moon is said to rule the left eye, the stomach, the breasts.
Because the moon, a planet, is fast, cold, close, wet, and constantly changing shape, it can magically influence your physical body, your mood, your house, your wife, your travel plans, or the queen, or your left eye, stomach, or boobs. You got it? That all makes sense, right? Let's not question Valens. It's the moon. You know, the moon. Mercury is like mercurial. Venus is Venusian. They kind of just give up on even trying to justify it. Who cares? It's Venus. You know Venus. And we're sure none of this is relying on mythology. These are all totally objective facts derived from scratch.
Venus tends to signify things that are harmonious or aesthetically pleasing or aesthetically appealing.
Yes.
So from that, you get derived a ton of significations having to do with, for example, Valens says music making, sweet singing, pleasant sounds, but he also says things like refined arts, beauty of form, painting, embroidery, and all sorts of other things like that that have to do with either harmony or things that are beautiful, basically things that are aesthetically pleasing.
But yeah, anything pretty, anything that we're drawn to, that's Venus magic or Venus at work, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I just love that they're like, the planet Venus objectively represents pleasant things and beauty, the perfect archetypal embodiment of sensational harmony. And then meanwhile on Venus, it's just like... This is the planet that's making people horny? What the hell? It's a fucking hellscape. All my horniness can be captured using earthly elements. We don't need to go into outer space to solve this riddle.
Like, I remember years ago that I had this exact conjunction of like Venus and Neptune on my ascendant one day, and I took a selfie and like put that up, and that became like my main selfie that was really good for years on like MySpace or something like that, like way back
ago,
in ancient times.
The point is, you just get to make up whatever the hell you want for the planets. You know, just think about the stereotypes. You get it. My advice to you is just stick with those. And then if somebody asks you why, you got to just start talking about Valens and Hermes and things being moist and wet. That's all you got to do. So those are the planets of the solar system, folks. And with that, we're finally ready to begin our study of birth charts. Now that we understand the significations of the zodiac, the houses, and the planets, what all the little pieces and tokens are for, now we can finally start playing the real board game aspect of astrology, which is reading birth charts. And with birth charts, we truly, finally, ultimately sever all connection to the real physical world, and we're just layering all of these already imaginary circles and charts based on nothing whatsoever on top of each other in a made-up way based on nothing. We are now just purely in board game land. So let's play.
What should people look into if they want to see if astrology is a valid phenomenon for themselves? And for me, the primary thing is just the study of your own birth chart, especially if you have an accurate recorded birth time. Then it should be a twofold approach of, on the one hand, looking at your birth chart itself and seeing if it is true that it describes you or your life or the events of your life in any way, because it shouldn't. It's all it is, all the birth chart is it's just a diagram that depicts, a two-dimensional diagram that depicts where the planets were located at the moment that you were born. And I think we can all agree that where the planets were located at the moment of your birth should have no bearing on, the day that you end up getting married, or when you become successful in your job, or when you get fired from something or something like that. It should have absolutely no relation. So just looking at the birth chart itself and seeing if it has actually anything true.
According to Chris, this, reading birth charts, is the primary feature of astrology that should blow all of us skeptics out of the water. He recommends that all of us study our birth charts closely, and he assures us we should find them shockingly accurate. But just real quick, Chris, could you explain again, why do we think that birth charts are important at all? Why is everything locked in and determined at birth? Why is it just that one snapshot of time and space that that matters. Couldn't we do like yearly snapshots of every birthday to get a new birth chart for the coming year? Why can't we do that? Like, you know what I mean? How are we certain that the one moment of your birth is when all of your astrological houses are determined and not the moment of conception or the moment the umbilical cord is cut or the quinceañera? And how does this work with C-sections or premature babies? Could you explain all of that to me, Chris, please?
And often use the analogy like a piece of fruit that's growing on a tree that's still like, you sort of view it as part of the tree until that moment where you pluck the apple from the tree and then suddenly it's an apple that's sort of on its own in some ways.
Yeah.
And that moment of birth, when you are suddenly your own entity, that is really symbolically the start of your life independently from the mother. And that's why the birth chart is cast for the moment of birth as opposed to, let's say, the moment of conception or something else.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Birth charts are cast from the moment of birth because they're called birth charts. Because birth is when you're born. Stupid me. Thank you for another totally surface level, circular, nothing answer to my question. Great, moving on. I know this might sound petty, but pretty much everything depends on the precise second that you were born, whatever that specifically means. So really, we gotta figure that out, the second you're born. Because yeah, like even 1 minute can literally change every single aspect of your birth chart and thus your life and personality and destiny. Like, check out this example.
One of the issues, and this is why the birth time is super important, is over on the left, the symbol that says AS, that's your ascendant or your rising sign.
Okay.
And it's at 0 degrees and 0 minutes of Gemini, which means that it just maybe a minute or two earlier flipped from Taurus to Gemini. And that would be something that would change your chart in a major way. Let me actually, I'll animate it to show you. So this is your chart for 537, but if I move it back to 536.
Oh, it's totally different.
It switches and it flips because the ascendant moves into Taurus and it changes the house placements of all of the planets. So what's unfortunately annoying about that is then there's going to be a genuine issue where you could have one chart or the other simply just based on if you happen to be born, in 1 minute or another.
How could that be? Like, how is it not a spectrum? And it just snaps to the next starting class at exactly that nanosecond. Really, it's not a gradual transition? The magical boundary isn't semi-permeable at all? There's no middle ground blend between two zodiac signs? I can't just be like a Gemini-Cancer hybrid? Why not? Who says? We don't know, but no, sorry, hybrids are not part of the rules.
And normally this is an issue where if you were like a client, if you were going to an astrologer, or if you became a student of astrology and wanted to study your chart on your own, one of your first issues is that you would have to employ a process called rectification, where you try to figure out which is the correct birth time by comparing the two and basically attempting to see which one fits you better.
So Chris says, because this guy's birth time is just right on that line, we need to do rectification. He thinks by comparing both charts and seeing which one fits him better, we actually could retroactively figure out his exact birth time. Yeah, that feels right to me. There's no potential for confirmation bias to cloud that objective scientific enterprise. So just keep in mind, if you don't like your birth chart, just fudge the time a couple minutes here and there, and you can become an entirely new person. So anyway, let's just pull up my birth chart. And okay, there's something I need to confess. My birthday that I mentioned at the beginning, Thursday, July 9th, 1947 at 8:08 a.m. in San Francisco, California. That is the exact same day, time, and location as O.J. Simpson. O.J. and I are basically cosmic twins. We were born at the exact same moment in the same hospital. So, and I know you guys don't know me like super well in terms of the events of my life, but since I have the same birth data as OJ, all the same shit should apply to me and OJ. Our personalities and destinies and fates and wife situations should be totally identical. Because yeah, anytime you have two babies born at the same place at the same time in the same hospital, you get this effect. That's why twins are always exactly the same personality-wise, and they always have the exact same life events and fates and jobs and wife situations. Always. What's that? You're saying twins aren't like that? No, twins are always the same. Yeah, twins always will get married on the same day and always have the same financial windfall moments and stuff like that. Because if not, that would be a huge problem for astrology. And I guess maybe like the 10-second difference between them can explain all that stuff, you know. I was born 10 seconds later than my twin and 6 inches to the south. That's why the bus hit me and not him. Yep. So anyway, here is my / O.J. Simpson's birth chart. I know, it looks overwhelming, but I promise, it's actually super simple once you kind of know what you're looking for. Birth charts are intentionally esoteric looking and needlessly detailed, because that's really half the fun, you know, it's the pretty shapes and colors, and people you meet at bars will think you're like cool and magical and interesting, but you'll know it's mostly just all meaningless visual noise. It's like in Neon Genesis Evangelion, you know, where you see all those cool like graphs and charts and stuff showing up on the screen. Like we as the viewer don't really understand it, but it adds to like the aesthetic immersion factor. And yeah, if you look really closely, it does technically like show something, you know, so reading birth charts really is just like a card trick where it looks really complicated and impressive, but once you learn how it's done, it's actually really dumb and simple. And I will teach you, I promise, I'm going to teach you. But real quick, like with a deck of cards, there's an infinite number of games you can play with a birth chart. You can really do whatever you want. And that is the golden rule here, folks. Whatever you think there should be, whatever you want to find, whatever your intuition is telling you should find, you can find it there. Because with all the zodiacs and the houses and the knobs and the levers and the hot and the wet and the cold and the male, female modality, blah, you can just make up whatever shit you want. But let's just try to give it our best attempt at being objective, okay? According to our teachers, to effectively start reading a birth chart, we'll start by focusing on the so-called big three, which we already sort of went through for me. That would be the sun sign, the moon sign, and the rising signs. But notice how everyone has all the planets in their chart. So if we struggle to come to whatever conclusion we already have about the person, we can always just invoke the other 4 or 5 or 6 planets to get our desired result. So again, first, for the sun sign, please draw your attention to this red circle with a dot in it. That is the symbol for the sun. And as you can see, the blue 69 sex position logo symbol, that is the symbol for Cancer. So yeah, we already went through my big 3, but let's do the same for O.J. Simpson now. So yeah, this is O.J. Simpson's real birth chart. So O.J. Simpson is a crab, feminine, cardinal, which remember means beginning-y energy, water type, boobs, and the moon, which also gives us water and like moodiness. So these are all the Scrabble letters with which we write OJ's fate. Okay, so let's see. Again, I'm getting like wet boobs, moody wet boobs with crab. Okay, I mean, yeah, for me it fit perfectly, but I don't know, guys, that doesn't sound like OJ to me. Let's be honest, OJ isn't really feminine. His nickname was Juice, and Juice is wet, and he is a water sign. Maybe the moon is producing juice? No, hang on, that doesn't sound right. Let's focus on the moody thing. I mean, yeah, OJ did violently stab his wife to death, you know. He would have to be in a pretty bad mood to do that. Let me just Google this, sorry, one sec. Okay. So according to this astrology website, it says, if you're a Cancer, think about how good you feel when you are close to your family and feel safe and secure in a warm, happy home. No, that doesn't sound right. Blood stained the tiles of his cold, violent home. Hey, maybe we should update that website, guys. Wait a minute. And this astrology website also says that Cancer people want to be needed, and it is important to them to be around people who love them and help them to feel secure. They are also often shy and sensitive, but they can be brave and courageous about protecting their friends and loved ones. Okay, that sounds like it could be OJ. I mean, being shy but also courageous pretty much covers the full gamut of all human expression, so that could apply to anyone. But yeah, I mean, sure, OJ loved attention or whatever. He was brave and courageous in the sense that he bravely had the courage to murder his wife in the neck with a knife, and he got away with it. And I guess, yeah, he was shy in the sense that he never admitted to the crime. But just, yeah, real quick, anytime you read like a horoscope or some dumb shit like this, and you read a meaningless sentence like Cancers are sometimes shy, but also sometimes brave, this is what they call on Wikipedia a Barnum statement. A Barnum statement, named after circus man P.T. Barnum, is just a bullshit nothing sentence that every rube on earth thinks is uniquely tailored for them. You watching this now, you treat everyone with respect, but if somebody crosses you, you're not afraid to speak your mind. You love wild nights of rapture, but also lazy days on the couch. You like to let loose, but if things get too messy or out of control, well, that's not good either. That's every single zodiac sign. They're all everybody. It doesn't matter. So OJ Simpson is a crab, okay? Because of the sun. Fuck you. So next, we need to look for where the moon is on his charts, okay? So remember, the second most important orb is the second most important factor in determining everything about how you feel and whatever. So for me and OJ, our little blue moon symbol is here in the Pisces section of the zodiac circle, you see, which is this funky H shape. So the moon is in the house of death for OJ, which I think is a hit because the moon was shining down on OJ's mansion when it became a house of death, literally. And finally, we have the rising sign, which in our case would be Leo. And again, Leo is the lion. So I guess that works because OJ would grow to become sort of lion-esque in the way that he viciously slaughtered his wife. Wow, okay, this is actually starting to sound eerily accurate. But hang on, let's get some help from our experts to go even deeper into the chart.
What a lot of people are looking at when they're looking at astrology, oh, what is this person like? Or what am I like? Start with the planet. If there's a planet in the first house,
Yeah.
the person will literally enact that constantly.
Yeah.
And so Austin says, if somebody has a planet in their first house, they'll literally enact it constantly. Okay, so let's see. I see that OJ and I have Saturn in our first house. So we both should be enacting Saturn constantly, yeah? Was Saturn a good or evil planet? Okay, Saturn is evil. Okay, yeah, well, yeah, there you go. OJ is enacting evil constantly. Okay, yeah, I think we got it. Austin also gives us a good rule of thumb here about the houses.
The way I teach it is the four angular houses are what you use to answer the four basic questions you would have about a person's life. First house, I don't know, what are they like? Seventh house, who are they with?
Yeah.
Fourth house, where are they from? 10th house, what do they do?
So the first house is what they're like. The seventh house is who they're with. The fourth house is where they're from. And the 10th house is what do they do? Hold on. So the fourth house has Jupiter. So let's check our handy dandy chart here. So Austin says it's where they're from, but Chris's chart says that that house is home, family, and private life, which is kind of the same, but whatever. Okay. So remember, Jupiter has the attributes of hot and moist, according to Kelly, and it's a good guy, not a bad guy, because it's white. But OJ is black, but he's a good guy. So I guess this Jupiter placement means the Simpson family is abundantly joyful and his home life is harmonious and bountiful. And yeah, that pretty much sounds right to me, up until the moment he stabbed his wife. I mean, but yeah. Anyway, next, Austin says that the seventh house is who they are with. And well, we don't have any planets here, which I guess makes sense because OJ's wife is no longer there. So he's not with anyone, you know. So hey, another hit. And finally, the 10th house is what do they do? So I guess we're looking for murder. But there's actually no planets here either. Maybe we can interpret that as astrology telling us that OJ didn't do anything, guys. The universe is telling us he's innocent. Case closed. But wait, now you might be asking, what are these colorful lines here? Yeah, so these bullshit lines are what astrologers call aspects. This is just a way of introducing more knobs and levers to play with if you still can't find the desired interpretation that you're looking for. So these are just like after somebody plotted where all the planets go on the circle, they then just started like doodling like a toddler. Like, oh, what if I drew a line from here to here? And then, ooh, that looks pretty. And then somebody thousands thousands of years ago. It was like, oh, if you have a right angle here, and then it means that your shoes are never going to fit or whatever. Because yeah, we just discovered basic geometry and we're pretty sure that triangle magic can help us solve all the secrets of humanity's place in the cosmos. But yeah, these lines, like, these are the least important part. These give you the most trivial details. So my advice is just to ignore them. But just real quick, because the sun and the moon are kind of close together here, that means that they have a positive aspect. They get along swimmingly. But if they were on totally opposite sides of the circle, that would mean that their powers were in opposition to each other. So these red and blue lines are just kind of showing the magical battles and friendships that are happening along the good boy, good girl circle. Anyway, who cares? You guys know OJ. This chart is clearly OJ, right? It reeks of juice. But I wanted to get a second opinion on how my interpretation of the birth chart was. So I posted our birth chart on Reddit to ask the astrologers there to help me. And obviously I didn't tell them it was OJ, because I wanted an objective reading. And here's what one brilliant Reddit astrologer told me. Cancer is a sign that gets accused even after you've given to the world and paid your dues, and the world takes you for granted. And yet it wouldn't be a satisfying life if you just retreat and pull away. So perhaps with time and age, you've gained a few weapons to help you navigate all this. I think that's a hit for OJ, guys. Wow, this birth chart stuff might actually work, gang. But I want to be certain if I've fully mastered this ancient art of birth chart reading. So today, live in studio, I will be putting my astrological knowledge to the test. Because let's be honest, we all know OJ. I was gonna find that bastard in any chart you gave me. But to truly put my astrology to the test, I cast the birth charts of 10 famous and distinct people, and I'm gonna mix them up and randomly select 3 of their birth charts. And by eliminating any possibility of confirmation bias here, this test should reveal the true power of birth charts. Play along with me at home if you like, folks. And now, let's find out who our contestants are. Today, we have the true, real astral birth charts of Groucho Marx, Adolf Hitler, Mother Teresa, Shakira, Hideo Kojima, Kendall Jenner, XXXTentacion, Brian Wilson, Steve Jobs, and Jeffrey Epstein. It should be obvious who it is based on their chart alone. So here we go. I'm going to do this live. And truly, I swear, I haven't looked at any of these before. We're going in blind, boys. Okay, I've mixed up all their charts and now we've randomly selected 3. Okay, here's the first one. Oh, okay, what do we have here? So this person is an Aquarius, which means their sun sign attributes are air, a fixed modality, which means they have middly energy, and it's a masculine gender. So stationary, fixed, masculine air. It sounds like a gym locker room. That is this person's primary quality, okay? But this person also has the moon in Aries, and Aries is about fire and initiation, and it's also masculine. Okay, so this must be a dude. Initiating fire, a masculine arsonist in a stale gym locker room? Okay, that kind of metaphorically sounds like Hitler, trapped in the stale air of his bunker while his goons cause chaos, metaphorically and literally set fire to Europe. Okay, yeah, that sounds pretty good to me. But ultimately, I'm gonna go with XXXTentacion for this, guys. Because of the way he initiated and dropped fire bars on the beat in the fixed airwaves of the enclosed recording studio, yeah? Yes, I feel quite confident that this birth chart belongs to XXX. But for the record, my second guess is Hitler, okay? Let's move on to the next one, and then, yeah, at the end, I'll reveal whose birth chart it really is and if I got it right. Okay, here's the second one. So we got the sun in Taurus. Okay, so this person is a fixed modality feminine earth sign. And the moon is in Sagittarius in the 4th house, which is a masculine, mutable, and fire type Pokemon. So outwardly, this person is a woman who's down to earth and steady, but on the inside, they have a fiery, manly passion. Okay. Almost sounds like the manly fire of Jesus Christ burning within the earthly soul of Mother Teresa. Lock it in. Okay, and now let's do the third one. So this last person is what? A Pisces sun sign. They're a mutable feminine water person, and their moon is in Cancer, which of course is the nurturing crab. So they're sort of fishy and feminine, but also nurturing crab. So yeah, like a fisherman's wife or something. This is kind of evoking the sweet oceanic innocence and carefree California spirit of the Beach Boys. So I'm going Brian Wilson on this one. Okay, lock it all in. A, XXXTentacion. B, Mother Teresa. C, Brian Wilson. And if you're playing at home, lock in all your answers now, because now it's time for the results. Okay, let's see how we did. Okay, first one, I chose A to be rapper XXXTentacion, but my second guess was Hitler. So computer, show me A. What? That was fucking Epstein? Okay, I mean, like, I detected that it was like an ethically bad dude who mistreated women. Okay, yeah, no, we'll call that a hit. Yeah, I got that right. Next for B, I chose Mother Teresa. And computer, show me B. What? Wow, that was Hitler. Wow, really Hitler? Okay. Yeah, maybe Google had the wrong birth time or something. Yeah, we'll have to go back and figure that one out. And finally, C. I chose Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys. Computer, show me C. And Shakira. Okay, yeah, both musical artists, performers, tropical. Yeah, we'll call that a hit. Wow, that settles it. Birth charts are magic, guys. How'd you guys do at home? I assume you got all the right answers too. Here's the thing. It gets even more magical. Check this out. Birth charts don't just apply to like human birth. No, they apply to all beginnings.
The concept of birth charts does not just apply to the birth of individuals, but also to events. That when you start something, the alignment, like a major venture undertaking, the alignment of the planets and the cosmos at that moment will indicate something about the quality of what you're starting at that time, as well as its future, and a sort of like intellectual interest then in sometimes when you start something major and bring it into your life, that chart for that thing starts interacting with yours in weird and interesting and important ways. Yes. And that's very similar to the very idea of like making a talisman or something, and that the idea of making a talisman could just be an extension of electional astrology, but that you're trying to deliberately bring a moment in time and capture that moment in time and bring it into your life permanently.
Oh, so humans aren't really even special under astrology. I guess I thought maybe astrology only affected us humans because we're like divine or have souls or something. I thought you at least had to have eyes, to see the magical powers. But no, I guess like even like fucking tables and pots and shit all have magical birth charts. That kind of sucks. Oh well, we're just like tables. Yeah, you can do a birth chart for when a company is founded, when a TV show first airs, when an event began, when an object was created, but also we can do birth charts for countries, as we're going to see in a moment. You can do a birth chart for anything that has ever come into being, and that birth chart will contain all of the answers to all of your questions. But that just leads us to an important philosophical question. If we can understand the nature of not just humans, but literally everything using birth charts, can I fully predict the future? The answer is yes.
And that was one of the things that was something I had to grapple with and was hard for me initially when I started learning Hellenistic astrology, was that it was more prediction oriented and that it was better at describing concrete external events that would occur in a person's life and doing so accurately, which couldn't help but bring up philosophical issues concerning fate and free will and how much control you have to change things that you see coming up in the birth chart. This is where I ultimately come to about fate and free will ultimately, is I do think I think virtually everything ultimately, honestly, is predetermined in our lives. I go to the full extent or almost fullest extent in thinking that ultimately myself personally.
Virtually, ultimately, personally.
Then it means there's some level of fate and predetermination, and even by extension, I would argue providence or something like that exists in the world, which is huge.
Sorry, guys, there's not really free will. Magic is real, but not free will. So that's a fair trade, right? But yeah, I mean, if literally everything can be mapped out and predicted in the stars in advance, then yeah, everything must be predetermined. And according to Chris, this is actually the whole point of astrology.
There's a huge strand of the astrological tradition, which was just revived recently, which is the majority of the ancient Hellenistic authors who believed that all choices and external events in a person's life were predetermined, and that was the purpose of astrology, was simply to gain familiarity with them ahead of time so as to have a greater sense of acceptance of not just the bad events, but as well as the good events, so that you could learn what your fate was and what would happen to you, so that you could prepare yourself ahead of time to accept what you have to accept about your life, so that you're not thrown off terribly when the events actually occur.
By learning the future, he says, we can come to accept what's going to happen, both the bad and the good. But if astrology tells me that I'm destined to get hit by a bus, I'm just going to a desert island. If you tell me that I have to do something, then something is going to happen. Once I have that knowledge, I can now choose to avoid it. And also, as Austin points out, if everything is predetermined, then so too is your ability to accept your fate. Your level of acceptance is also predetermined.
So then internal states aren't fated in that model.
No, they are fated.
Well, but then how can you gain acceptance? How can you change your internal state from rejection to acceptance if that's already fated? Then you're just along for the ride. So that means that internal states are then not fully subject to fate the way external events are.
Well, no, because maybe they are, because maybe there's some people that are more equipped at dealing with that, versus there's going to be some people that are more inclined to saying, no, fuck the concept of fate. Like, I'm going to go practice something else and I'll find anything I can to get out of this. And that is probably something that you could see in the birth chart already in and of itself.
Yeah, all astrologers became astrologers because the astrology predetermined them to become astrologers. So why bother trying to do anything? Just let the cosmic winds of fate blow as they may. We have no control over our destiny anyway, right? So this idea about predetermination causes yet another rare little rift between our masters. Yeah, so wow, free will and sex are the two things that astrologers really passionately disagree about, I guess. And this is why Austin is my favorite. He understands you can't just pretend to be like an academic historian who's just like, well, scientifically, according to Vedi is valid. Like, no, fuck that. Austin is at least consistent here. If you're gonna believe in astrology, then yeah, fuck it. Everything is magic. Put on your robe and wizard hat and let's go fucking crazy. Who cares?
I think you need magic to actually solve the problem.
And Chris's version of stoicism is just stupid. It's like doing astrology is the opposite of finding cosmic acceptance.
If you were an enlightened stoic sage, then you would accept all events that are going to happen, whether they're good or bad, with complete tranquility. But that for normal individuals who are not enlightened stoic sages, which is most people, that if you're going to have a really difficult traumatic event coming up, like let's say the loss of a child or the death of a marriage partner at a certain age, that having some idea of that might be helpful ahead of time so that you're not completely caught off guard.
Just to break kayfabe again here, guys, for a moment. You cannot predict the future. No one can. You will never be able to. Real acceptance, real stoicism comes from accepting that fact that you're not magical. You can't see the future. You are alone in the universe, but you need to keep going nonetheless. Here's your astrological forecast. You are going to die. That is the only thing the universe has fated for you. All we know is that we're going to die. Everything else is just a story we tell ourselves. But with a little more effort than lazily playing a stupid fucking astrology board game, you actually can still come to accept that fact that you are an insignificant mortal pawn in a cosmic mystery. And that's okay. But if you're not mentally ready to go there, if you're not prepared for this kind of existential self-awareness, I've got great news for you, gang. You can use astrology to predict the future. So yeah, we can predict the future using astrology. Everything is predetermined, and we can read the script of the universe to gain true, real knowledge of coming events using a little something called transits.
In terms of demonstrating that astrology is a legitimate phenomenon, transits is one of the things that has the most potential, I think, to do that. And ultimately, once people get into astrology, I think it becomes one of the most interesting and compelling things about it. It's a very powerful and effective timing technique. It's probably the most powerful or effective one.
Because we can predict the movements of the orbits of the planets, and because we understand what all the houses and shit means and what kind of magical powers everybody has, then yeah, we can just fucking Google when the good guy planet is going to enter my money house. And that's when I'm gonna get rich. Yeah, no, for example, Elvis's daughter received her inheritance during a perfection, which is the astrologer term for this phenomenon, basically. When the chart lines up with the planet, you get it.
So that example I gave of Lisa Marie Presley earlier, when she turned, literally the day she turned 25,
she inherited.
She moved
Quiet, Kelly.
House perfection year, and then she inherited like $100 million from her dead father because the ruler of the second of finances was in the 8th house of inheritance.
That's why Elvis's daughter is rich, guys. Because of the planets. Because of fucking Jupiter. So for every house, by looking ahead to see these planetary transits that are going to occur, we can predict what's going to happen on all of those topics. So the only thing stopping me from divining the nature of everyone I know's death, sex life, career, and children for their whole lives, I can understand everything and anything that's ever going to happen to anyone. You can learn all of that in the roughly 5 minutes it takes to type in their birthday on some astrology website.
Does that give astrologers some ability to see into the future? And, the answer to that is yes. Transits can be used in order to study the past, the present, or the future. So they can be used to study all three of the times, or all three of the different times.
But transits are not just about predicting the future either. Transits can be used to study all three of the times. And the good news is your predictions can never be wrong. It's actually baked into the system that any given prediction can also mean the exact opposite of that prediction, or your prediction can metaphorically come true, but not literally come true. So if we get some prediction wrong, just remember that astrology is archetypically predictive, not concretely predictive, our teachers assure us.
Richard Tarnas, for example, always says that astrology is archetypally predictive rather than concretely predictive. And I think there's something to that. And I think I agree with him like 70, 80%.
No. Your prediction wasn't wrong. You just need to flip it because of the gender.
Are certain things flipped based on gender? And is that true? Is that actually true in practice? Is that still appropriate or not? Like, Mars, Venus stuff sometimes is said to be flipped based on gender.
No, it wasn't wrong. The chart was just revealing something that would happen in another person's life close to them.
Sometimes a transit in your chart over a house or over the ruler of a house will describe something that's happening in the life of somebody around you, but may not necessarily be affecting your life directly, but it is affecting theirs, and it's being reflected for some weird reason in their chart.
Yeah.
Sorry, we thought it was external, but it turned out to be internal. You metaphorically got hit by a bus.
Both in terms of sometimes internal events, where sometimes transits can describe passing or transitory emotional states, like being really irritable on one day or being really happy and optimistic in another, in a way that stands out. But also transits can relate to concrete external events that happen in a person's life also.
There's no situation where you would ever just be like, shoot, got that one wrong.
Sometimes Saturn closes one door in order to open other doors later on, and it becomes a constructive thing, even if in the long term, even if it's experienced as a loss or a hardship in the immediate present, like short term. So having transiting Saturn move through there and hitting a sensitive point in the 10th house could mean a challenge or an obstacle comes up. And one scenario could be losing one's job for some reason.
Definitely. I actually had that transit and that exact thing happened. I remember that, not in Aquarius.
Oh, right. I forgot about that. That was the one store.
They're dating, by the way.
You were not super pleased about that.
I was not super pleased. Yeah. And so we could go in further into that transit. But yeah, it tends to be either a pinnacle or a contraction. In my case, it was a contraction, but then therefore pared down my work situation such that I eventually moved towards astrology kind of in a semi-forced fashion.
It can be either a pinnacle or a contraction. Of course, it can be anything. That's everything.
And if you're in a second house perfection year, then you may see the topic of finances becoming more prominent in that year in different ways, for better or worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're good money years.
So perfection.
Well, they're money years.
They're money, I should say, they're good years to focus on money, and they will be good or bad depending on your second house.
Good or bad money years. You got it? Something will happen related to money, either good or bad, either to you or someone else, either literally or metaphorically. I predict a great windfall for you. Sorry, no, not like money. It's a metaphorical windfall of knowledge. Or maybe just wind is going to make you fall. Or no, it's not a windfall towards you. It's you will windfall knowledge to someone else. You gave them lots of knowledge. Either that, or maybe the thing that's going to give you a windfall of money happened, but you just won't feel the effects until much later, you see? So, like, all of those are archetypically valid. This is what we call being unfalsifiable. Astrology is unfalsifiable because no matter what, it's always right. It's just poetry. Poetry can never be wrong, which is another way of saying it's always right, which is another way of saying it's always wrong. Wrong and right just don't apply. This is playing tennis without a net. Because if it fails, it's just because you, the user of astrology, made an error. Astrology didn't fail, you did. You just didn't find the right interpretation. Remember, 100% of everything is predetermined and mapped out in the stars. So we just need to get better at the game of finding it. That's where all the problems are coming from. Or if it's a little bit off, just remember, inches and seconds can determine the entire fate of anything. So keep that in mind before you start something.
Lisa and I hosted a meeting of our local astrology group, and we saw that the start of the meeting was going to be really close to when the ascendant would change signs. And as soon as it would change signs, it would put Mars in the 10th whole sign house. And we were really a little nervous about that and wanted to avoid that. So we were going to start the meeting early to avoid putting Mars in the 10th house in a day chart, because we were concerned about some sort of Martian significations of like strife or something coming up in the meeting.
So this is very important if you're like founding a company, like you might want to wait 45 minutes to like sign the final legal document, thus symbolically initiating the project. Like, you don't want your corporation to have Gemini qualities for eternity. Yeah, so just maybe wait 20 minutes and take the bus a few miles east, if your astrologer recommends it. That'll make you so much more money long term, trust me. And here's how you can test that transits really do work.
And it's something that you can actually test to see if it's true by literally observing if the alignment of the planets and what those alignments are supposed to mean symbolically as they relate to your birth chart, if those interpretations are actually true and do actually describe something about your life right now. And if you've also established that major events in your past have coincided with major transits also at the same time, then by extension, you can also take that information and look at what transits are coming up in the future and what planetary alignments are going to happen to your birth chart at certain fixed or certain specific periods in the future. And then by extension, those planetary alignments should actually tell you some things that are going to happen in your life in the future that haven't taken place yet.
But Chris assures us we don't actually have to even wait and see if our predictions come true in order to demonstrate the irrefutable validity of transits. Because remember, transits can also be used retroactively, all 3 of the times. So if you got hit by a bus last spring, you can go back and look at that moment and then we can make up some bullshit justification for why your dumbass was texting and jaywalking in the street. history, and a good astrologer will always find something to justify it. Let's put transits to the test. So here's a transit chart I made for the night OJ murdered his wife. Okay, so as you can see, on that night, he was having a very strong benefic Jupiter transit in his 4th house. So this transit should mean that, well, according to this astrology website, it means happiness and harmony will mark this transit. You will feel especially good at home and with your family. Okay, well, hold on. Remember, it could also mean the exact opposite of that too. So that's a hit to me. Wow. So transits are real. And we really can predict the future. As long as you're just willing to accept that the exact opposite of your prediction may come true too. But we can still predict the future. Something either will or won't happen. That still counts, right? But also remember, to calculate transits, you also need to use your physical location because it's all based on your perspective from that position on the Earth. Because yeah, if you move across the globe, your vantage point of the cosmos will totally change, and thus you'll get different transits. And that means, yes, if you use astrology to predict your future and you don't like what it says, yeah, just get on a bus and head east. And eventually you'll receive a better destiny. Sometimes travel really does solve all your problems, because wherever you go, you'll be there, but the magical space metaphor beams will be different. And those are what really matter in terms of changing your life.
Especially like astrocartography or something, it just emphasizes different parts of the chart more or less, but that doesn't ultimately change your fate. And ultimately, if you're able to do that or go to different places where your chart will be emphasized, sometimes that's just part of your fate that you will go. And that's actually been my experience in having a more fated experience of astrocartography.
But here's the thing, guys. Yes, it's real that traveling changes your transits, but maybe, just maybe, your birth chart predetermined that you were going to travel anyway. So it's like, you can't outrun fate. Hey, sorry, that's checkmate. So with transits, we're now adding like an infinite number of more knobs and levers to do whatever the hell we want. Because yeah, just like think about it. There's constant nonstop transits happening all day, every day to everyone, everywhere. And there's new birth charts for every action or endeavor. So you can just pick and choose whatever date you want to focus on. And it's just like everything could not be more arbitrary all the way down. Sorry, I'm just kidding. But yeah, we can actually predict the future of even our own nation simply by looking at the upcoming transits for the birth chart of the United States of America.
For it's generally accepted, and properly so, I believe, that the life of the American nation dates from that moment in Philadelphia at 3:03 in the morning, when the signers of the Declaration of Independence reached a positive decision to declare to the world their independence of England. All right, so here is the Sibley chart of the United States, or the birth chart of the United States, set for July 4th, 1776. So one of the things that we can see is that Uranus was in Gemini in the birth chart of the United States. So that's one of the reasons that it sets up that pattern, because that means every 84 years, Uranus is going to come back to its natal position when it goes through Gemini. She gets to the very last paragraph of the introduction, and listen to this. It says, Uranus, the planet which discards worn-out customs and forms of government, which breaks bonds and often causes estrangements, was also rising when our country was born, making July 4th, 1776 the predestined moment for us to shake off the yoke of monarchy and to set up in the New World a new form of government. And it is a fair assumption that whenever it completes its journey through the 12 signs and returns to the sign Gemini, ruling the United States, a cycle which takes 84 years, we may expect trouble of some sort. Uranus was in Gemini in 1776, and we rebelled against England. Exactly 84 years later, in 1860, Uranus was in Gemini again, and we had a war between the North and the South. In 1942, Uranus again enters the sign Gemini. But I've said enough at this point to show you how the planets affect both character and destiny in their never-ending progression through the signs. And then it's a mic drop moment. She ends the introduction, and that's it. she was writing this in 1931, and she predicted when World War II would happen, when the US would enter into World War II, which then happened like 10 or 11 years after she published the book. So that is a baller move that she actually wrote that in the introduction, and I'm so impressed. Yeah, it's a really cool piece of astrological history.
How dare we say that the United States was born at 3:03 a.m. with enough certainty to say that these magical powers from that moment explain World War II. Now I realize why conservatives got so angry about the 1619 Project from the New York Times. That would fuck up the whole zodiac. But guys, this bitch didn't predict World War II at all. This was in 1931, right after World War I, and she just wrote, "We might expect some trouble in the future." He's so fucking gullible, guys. Just imagine right after the greatest war in history happens. Is it a hot take to go, "I predict there might be more trouble later"? Wow, okay, Nostradamus. It's like being in the middle of the ocean and predicting waves. And also, just not to burst anyone's bubble, but America was not the main character of World War II. I don't think our birth chart decided on that war happening. Has anybody checked Germany's birth chart? Do we have to do 3 birth charts for all the different Reichs? What about Poland's birth chart? When is France's birthday, Chris? Hey, Chris, when is Japan's birthday? Does Pearl Harbor have its own birth chart? And every single bomb and bullet and fighter jet also has its own birth chart too? This is all retarded, guys. How could this be wrong? Somebody somewhere will have some kind of war, or the opposite of war, or either metaphorically or literally. Such a brave prediction. And by the way, just while we're here, does every state have its own birth chart too? And every city has its own birth chart too? And every building in that city has its own birth chart? Every moment and every object has a birth chart interacting with every other moment and object, and also the same object at different moments.
Again, we're just looking back at past correlations between celestial movements and earthly events, starting to draw data that there's been a similar correlation of major wars. 2 of them were external wars, and one of them was an internal war, a civil war, but nonetheless, they've been major conflicts. And so by extension, we could kind of expect that there would be another major defining conflict that would take place between 2025 and 2032 that would be on the level of World War II, the Civil War, and the American Revolutionary War.
How dare you say we're starting to draw data? Bitch, it's 3. If this fake planet board game shit was correlated with wars, then why doesn't it actually correlate with our wars? Guys, look the fuck around you. We don't need astrology to predict or explain that we're on the verge of war. Clearly, he just already thinks that, like fucking everybody else, and then he's just projecting it onto all the visual noise of the birth chart. Fucking duh, guys. Because everyone can clearly see how the political polarization is a big problem and strongman dictators are conquering land for the first time in decades. We can all see that, but astrologers also then just go back and look for some bullshit to justify it. That's really what astrologers do. They just sort of lag behind the rest of us, and once they finally figure out what's kind of going on, they tell each other simplistic and fantastical stories to help process reality. If me and you are both making the same predictions about civil strife, but I'm not using astrology, then that's not really a astrological prediction, is it? Give me something that doesn't make me say, fucking duh, that's gonna happen. Don't predict that the new Avatar movie is gonna be boring using astrology. We don't need transits for that. Give me a prediction that isn't hilariously unfalsifiable and popular opinion. Saying there'll be trouble in the country over a 7-year period is not a falsifiable prediction. There's no conceivable way that could not happen. The beauty of it all is that by design, astrology can never be wrong, no matter how hard you try. So guys, just have fun out there. Dance like no one's watching, and make sure your clients pay you in advance. And with that, folks, you've now become fully enlightened masters of astrology. Go forth and sell your webinars, annoy your dinner party guests, and buy your Kishchi Etsy crochet wall art. The universe is now your personal board game to exploit for money. So that's it, basically. Congrats on completing my astrology masterclass course. Your certificate should be in the mail. And now, can we just all take a moment and reflect on how fucking stupid this whole pursuit is? If I had to pick the single dumbest thing about astrology, despite there being so many, I think it would be the fact that there is no possible, conceivable mechanism. No one can explain what they think is happening. I did my best to describe the mechanism as magical metaphor space rays zapping our baby bodies, but I had to coin that phrase myself, and it doesn't sound very compelling. But here's the thing, pro astrologers like us, we don't pretend to know how it works.
Most astrologers are just people that use a technology that they can see that works, and they see the outcome and the results of it, but they don't know how it's working, in the same way that you or I could use a microwave and we have some general idea of like how it works and how to make it work by just like putting the food in and heating it up. But if somebody asked you to explain the actual like physical mechanism underlying why your food heats up in like 60 seconds, I have like a hard time explaining that.
I mean, hey, do you know how your microwave works? Shut up, no you don't. No, yeah, it just works and we don't question it, but yeah, we can see that it works. And listen, if you don't like our particular version of the board game or our particular houses, our particular zodiacs, then fine, you can throw all that shit away. Take it. Hey, maybe we got some parts wrong, but at the end of the day, Chris assures us, there is some persistent correlation between celestial movements and everything that happens on Earth. This is the bedrock foundational belief that anchors everything else in the astrology board game.
Yeah, I think that the basic definition of astrology, my basic definition and my summary of most traditions of astrology and what they all have in common is this basic premise that there's a persistent correlation between celestial movements and earthly events. And that's it. And that's the basic definition of astrology.
At the end of the day, this is the definition of astrology that he defends and clings to. Yeah, we all disagree about which planets are cold and wet and moist and hot. Fine. But we can all at least agree that there is some correlation between the distant planetary movements and human fate. Maybe we can't conceive of a mechanism. Maybe the board game is bullshit, but there is some correlation, right? But sadly, no, that is objectively false. I am sorry, but there is not a persistent correlation between celestial movements and earthly events, besides the fucking seasons. That was really it, guys. There is no correlation except for the real correlations that we already know about and can explain. It's like, yeah, we are creatures of Earth. We're Earthlings. So the one planet that actually matters gets totally left out of the conversation. The one planet that actually determined why we are the way we are is forgotten. The attributes of Earth are actually very, very important to explain human affairs. For example, like, we don't have fur because it's warm in Africa on Earth. We sleep at night because on Earth, there's this thing that happens called night. We drink water because there's all this water everywhere. That's why we drink it. Earth really, really shaped who we are and what we do in a very meaningful way. But the other planets did not. I'm sorry, guys, not even the moon. It doesn't do shit, okay? Not even like the common myths that we hear, like, oh, full moons are associated with higher crime rates. But it's like, even that's not true. Look it up. We do track these things, guys. guys, we checked. It's not real. When it's really hot, yeah, it's true that heat is associated with higher crime because heat actually meaningfully affects humans. The glowing orb being 3/4 its normal size is not going to change shit in downtown LA. Have you guys met humans? We don't consult the glowing orb before doing crimes. If anything, it's like when there's a new moon and the night is darker, you might expect more crime to happen then, but because maybe it'd be marginally easier to get away with it. But no, the moon does not have magical powers, guys. So yeah, all of this shit has been tested and debunked. There's no full moon effect. There's no Mars effect. No one has ever demonstrated this in studies, and they've been tried over and over again. Mars is doing exactly two things to us. It's reflecting back a little bit of sunlight at us, an extremely negligible amount of light, by the way. Mars is hitting you with less photons than a street light outside. And the only other thing it's doing is applying a little bit of gravitational pull on you. But Mars and literally every other object in the universe is also doing that. It's pulling you toward it very, 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 very slightly. Of course, Earth is much closer and massive, so it's pulling you much more strongly toward it. The effect of Mars's gravity is almost also pretty much non-existent. Literally, I googled it, even the cup of coffee sitting next to you at your desk is exerting more gravity on you than Mars. Human affairs have absolutely zero concern with the movements of Mars or any of the other planets that are vastly further away and even less impactful. Just look around you right now. Every object in whatever room you're in is currently affecting your life far more than Jupiter ever will. 2,000 years later, we pretty much have figured out all of the correlations that do exist here. And I am very sad to report that there are no correlations at all with regard to your body, your finances, your siblings, your parents, your children, your illnesses, your relationships, your death, your life, your travels, your career, your friends, or your enemies. If you really want to figure out why you got fired, why the relationship with your parents sucks, why your coworker won't date you, and why you sweat so much, the answer to all of those questions can only be found right here on Earth. I'm sorry, but the universe doesn't care about us. The distant light of ancient dead stars cannot affect your relationship with your parents, in the same way that a blade of grass in your backyard cannot affect the orbit of Neptune. The color of your wallpaper has a greater effect on your mood than every single planet in the sky put together. Spoiler alert, your personality comes from your genetics, your life experiences, your parents, your friends, the media you're exposed to, the books you read, the teachers you had, the games you played, not the stars. When people die, we know what causes it. No one has ever been killed by a star. I'm not saying science has solved every mystery of human existence, but we know enough to know for sure that astrology cannot be a factor at all in any of these things that it claims to have godlike dominion over. It doesn't work. And that makes sense because there's no reason why it should work. And I think deep down, even our masters know this. They admit there's no possible mechanism. There's nothing that could possibly explain this. This thing that there's no evidence of being real. So maybe astrology's not real after all. But hang on, we're not done yet. What if I told you that astrology exists outside the realm of cause and effect? Haha, we're back in business, boys.
Does astrology work as a result of causes or as a result of signs? So are the planets and the stars and other astronomical phenomenon that astrologers are looking at, are they causing events to happen through some sort of force or some sort of unknown, mechanism, or are the stars and planets and other astronomical phenomenon simply acting as signs through some sort of principle that's not very well defined.
Oh, of course, it's not cause and effect as we know it. I mean, how could it be? No, astrology works because it's just signs. Signs. Magical signs. So there's like some other magical third thing that's underlying everything, a god, fate, magic man that predetermines everything in the universe. And then that magical god, magic man, simultaneously both puts his plan into action, making some people gay, hitting some people with buses, etc. And then God also encodes these secret results into the sky using third grade geometry pictographic code words. And then he just sets up the entire cosmos for the sake of being like pixels in the billboards in the sky that give us clues for how we're going to get our promotion at work. And why did God do this? Well, we don't know, but we're sure happy he did. Archetypes, baby. Carl Jung.
And of course, Carl Jung is famous for taking sort of Plato's theory of archetypes and updating it in a modern psychological context in modern times as a sort of explanatory mechanism for these different structures in the psyche and in behavior and in the world in general.
Yeah, totally. And Carl Jung is such a good example of somebody who's got heavy Aquarius Leo stuff.
Heavy Aquarius Leo stuff going on with Carl Jung, yeah.
So we're not just talking about archetypes in a strictly in your head sense. We're talking about metaphysical or reality archetypes, right?
Archetypes. Yeah, come on. Astrology can just be a grand projection of the collective human consciousness onto the noise map of the stars, which then gives us the ultimate subconscious codex for understanding all human affairs. Not because of the aspects of the cosmos itself, but just because of what the human hallucination reveals back to us. Huh? That sounds pretty good, right? And we still get to keep playing the board game? Yeah? Yeah, sure. Okay, yeah. We just have to say that it's archetypically true, not actually true, right? But no, I'm sorry. Even this is still bullshit cope. Astrology is not even archetypically true. Again, this is how Crazy Jordan talks about astrology and the Bible and shit like that.
And so it isn't that the Bible is true. It's that the Bible is the precondition for the manifestation of truth, which makes it way more true than just true. It's a whole different kind of true. And I think this is not only literally the case, factually, I think it can't be any other way.
He's like, well, yes, the Bible isn't literally true, but it is true. Yeah, because a horde of zombies didn't literally rise from the dead, and a flood didn't literally murder all animals except 2 of each. But a story can be so good and so historically impactful and resonant that it literally becomes true/real in a different kind of a way, according to people who misuse the English language. So astrology is true enough, and it works because archetypes are actually real things, and we're tapping directly into that matrix and revealing the code that runs the human in the universe simulation. And yeah, that code just happens to involve children's drawings of crabs in the sky as the most important part. That's what the human consciousness believes is the perfect archetypical representation of guys like me and OJ. But yeah, as we already kind of explored, astrology is not even a good system of archetypes. If we're just saying that like good archetypes means true, then we would have to say that Dark Souls is literally true if we're just saying that good equals true. But no, astrology is just simply a bad system of archetypes. It's bad poetry. The zodiacs suck, guys. This is bad mythology to base your life on. It sucks. Unlike good mythology, which should uplift the human spirit and guide you through the journey of life, astrology is poison for the mind. And not only does it corrupt your ability to truly ponder the beautiful mystery of the cosmos, it also ruins your ability to understand yourself and your fellow humans. Even if we're just saying astrology is all bullshit, but it's archetypically interesting, I would still say it's one of the worst systems of archetypes I've ever seen. There's only 12 rigid, unchanging categories in which you can express the entirety of your human life and light. Your whole destiny and personality are not determined as a baby. Astrology is just shackles for the human spirit. The single most important part of the human experience is that we go on a journey. We grow, we change, we mature. We go through trials and we learn from our mistakes. We go through a coming of age process, a process which good mythology like Tolkien or Homer or Yasuhiro Tagashi would call something like the hero's journey. Your life is the journey of a hero. Metaphorically speaking, you must receive a call to adventure. You must leave the home and go on a quest and slay the dragon and rescue the princess or the prince or let them rescue you or whatever. You gotta fail and get lost in the island of the Lotus Eaters and then reinvent yourself and kill the Cyclops and shed your skin and grow and adapt and then come home again and step into all these new roles as you grow and mature and things change. And of course, everyone's life is different and the hero's journey metaphor is also imperfect, but it's good mythology at least. It is archetypically useful and does reflect the human experience much better than something like astrology. There's no journey at all in astrology. You're just doled out a number and a role and told to go passively play your part. Don't bother trying to transform into something greater. It's all written in the stars. What are you gonna do? Astrology offers no growth, depth, or anything. It just puts people in boxes and tells them to stay there. And that is toxic. You can change. I'm sorry if it sounds corny, but you can be whoever you want to be and do whatever the fuck you want in this world. Pick whatever fucking star sign you want. I don't care. You could be all 12 if you want. We're all 12. Astrology encourages people to remain stagnant and indulge in their worst impulses because, hey, I can't help it. I'm a Gemini, sorry. But no, in this life, you are what you become. That's what life is. Life is the act of remaking yourself every day. Astrology teaches you the opposite. You already are what you were born as, and you're powerless, so just accept your destiny. Listen, I love mythology, I love Dark Souls, and I love escapism too. Telling ourselves stories about life is good, but almost any story would be better than the astrology story. You'll have a much more sophisticated and useful understanding of the plight of humanity if you just convinced yourself that Lord of the Rings was real instead. Don't just go, well, I'm a Pisces, so I get to be a bitch. No, become Aragorn. There is a king within you, goddammit. Just go watch Ikiru. Go watch Hunter x Hunter. Go play Dark Souls. Read Moby Dick. Watch Andrei Rublev. These will teach you more about human life and our place in the cosmos than 300 fucking webinars from these dipshits. Austin, just go play Skyrim again like the rest of us. Astrology is not a projection of the collective unconscious. No, it's a projection of like half a dozen ancient Babylonian divas and has barely been updated since. It's not gonna get any better. So why do so many people, all these thousands of years, still believe in astrology? Well, as with any like fucking religion or conspiracy theory or new age mysticism ideology, people adopt these frameworks not through logic and reason, which makes this whole video a fucking waste of time, but because believing in things like astrology make life a little bit easier. Every astrologer pretty much has the same story. I was miserable and lost and desperately looking for answers. I knew there was more to life. I was suffering, and astrology helped me with these things.
I remember before I discovered astrology, I was a little bit depressed because I was very much like, is this all there is? And kind of like according to that, scientific, individualist, materialist worldview, it felt, a little like cut off, like cut off from meaning, or, just felt a little bit dead. I remember at the time that I got fully invested in astrology, I was going through a pretty bad time, and statements that I was already making before I looked at the astrology, before I kind of went back to look at it, I was like, I feel like I'm going through hell. Why is this happening? And when I went and looked at my chart, I was like, okay, chart kind of describes me. But I was like, oh, transiting Pluto was transiting exactly over my sun that year. And I was like, right, that's associated with the underworld. Okay, I feel like I'm going through hell. That lines up.
When I was talking about being younger and being like, I know that what I'm being sold is like only half true, and there's something else, right?
Yeah.
And that something else is that like that participatory magical universe. We need that reconnection to that participatory living conscious universe as medicine more than we have in a while, right? The shit has gotten pretty dire. And what I really liked about, or there are many things I like about astrology, but one of the things that it did for me back then is it broke the fake model of the world that I was stuck in, which I knew was fake. I was like, this, what I've been told about reality, I knew it wasn't right. I knew there was, I don't know if more is the right word. Certainly more, but also other.
I originally got into astrology partially through what you might call like some conspiracy theories and some new age stuff. Over time, as I got older, like some of the conspiracy theory stuff I grew out of and I realized was false or based on misinformation or other things like that, like stuff maybe comparable to like the QAnon stuff even.
Many of us are not satisfied with life. Yeah, life sucks, guys. Life is suffering and then we die. But nobody wants to hear that. We want to hear some Harry Potter bullshit about, ooh, you're Hufflepuff, so you're sensitive but also brave. Blah. We crave identity and community in a world bereft by atomization and unfettered capitalism. It's understandable why a nice sounding story like astrology can make things feel better. I really want to stress that these aren't bad people. I don't even think these are dumb people. Maybe Kelly, but these are mostly just delicate people with sensitive feelings living in a fucked up world. Astrology is an existential pacifier, and it's a way to make friends, and it gives you a ready-made aesthetic for your identity. And for people who are really struggling to make sense of life, astrology gives you a language to tepidly tiptoe into the world of introspection without ever actually doing any of the real painful parts of looking within. At its best, astrology is the stone soup of therapy. Best case scenario, it's the peanut butter to cover the pill of self-reflection. If astrology is the only way we're going to get you to acknowledge that you have anger issues, then fine. We can call it Aries for now. But you've got an Aries problem. Now, how do we fix it? I don't think a talisman's going to help, but maybe with a little cognitive behavioral therapy, we can prevent that planet from bothering you, eh? But eventually, we do have to leave the world of astrology if we truly want to grow. I know it's very reassuring to feel like you have a magical roadmap for your life, but it's just a comforting lie. That map isn't real, and it cannot really help you. It is a pleasant illusion. I know it feels good to have someone go, hey, you're like chill, but you're also a good leader and you're passionate. Oh, thank you. I know. Astrology is way easier than truly reckoning with the real cosmic horror of our unknowable place in the universe. But what I don't understand is Chris thinks that his life would have less meaning without astrology.
If astrology was true to any extent, then it could imply that what's happening in the cosmos and the events that happen in our world could be a little bit more meaningful rather than the alternative option, which is the typical like prevailing one at this point in time, which is just that, events in the world are meaningless. We're just like specks of organic matter that's floating around on a rock in the middle of the universe that came about as a result of nothing.
I think it feels more meaningful to people because It's not just something positive that's happened in your life, but it's something positive that was supposed to happen. And if it was supposed to happen, that means like that positive thing in your life is like connected to the larger universe. It's not just about like you doing the thing, right?
Right.
And that's why it feels more meaningful. It's like because this is kind of like from up on high, or this is from, you know, the workings of the universe meant that this was supposed to happen, and it's a good thing.
Part of the notion is that the universe itself is animate and is alive and is sentient, and that part of that sentience is fate. Like fate partially is the rational ordering principle which orders events that happen in the world in accordance with some sort of, in an ancient context, like a divine plan or purpose of some sort. And that's the other part about it that's beautiful, is that it doesn't necessarily have to represent something that's just passively given to you, but sometimes it does represent achieving a goal or a dream that one has, especially from earlier in life, and finding that you were meant to accomplish that thing in this lifetime, that wasn't just a dream, but that it's something that you're able to manifest and bring into reality. But despite the fact that there's a large part of your will that went into that, or even your free will that went into bringing that about, that there's this other element of your fate or your circumstances that also were such that allowed for your aspirations and your actions to actually be successful.
What?
Because most actions, it's not just a matter of like wanting something, it's also in the matter oftentimes of being in the right place at the right time.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes you can be the right person or you can be doing the right thing, but the timing can just be off. And then that means that you can't accomplish that thing. But that's where fate's really important, because fate sometimes is the confluence of events that sometimes enables or allows you to achieve what you seek to accomplish.
If you had no choice in the matter, it's not really an accomplishment, is it? What about children with bone cancer? The divine sentience of the universe chose that for them? Do you think that makes it more meaningful for them? Do you think it makes those kids feel better to know that the universe specifically chose a painful premature death for them? Chris didn't have bone cancer as a child, so for him, the universe is a warm, cuddly magician who just makes his podcast metrics good, and he gets to be like, wow, the cosmos is rewarding me because my fate is special. I do find this a bit disgusting. Sorry, Chris, your podcast is doing well because there's a lot of idiots who eat this shit up. There is no universe master plan for any of us. Shit just happens. People get hit by buses, people sweat too much, children get bone cancer, and retarded podcasts go viral. We just need to accept that these are just unfortunate parts of life. There is no bullshit magical story we can tell ourselves to make all that sting less. Somehow, he thinks that having no agency, having everything be predetermined, makes his choices more meaningful. But that seems fully backward. You don't even have choices. So let's listen to him mumble incoherently one more time.
I think that's the greatest potential for astrology, and that's something I've said for a while, is that it does provide a contrasting worldview to the predominant scientific materialistic worldview, which is there's a premise that everything that's happening is random and chaotic and has no meaning or purpose underlying it, and the only purpose you can find is that which you create for yourself. Choices in our lives are just as, if not more meaningful, if they're predetermined, and that choice and volition doesn't have to be completely random or chaotic in order for it to be meaningful or good or positive. That just because your actions or your choices are wrapped up in who you are and your character and your circumstances and other internal and external inputs doesn't make the choices that you make any less meaningful
This makes no sense to me. He thinks his life is more meaningful with astrology, where everything is predetermined by fate, and he's just basically an automaton playing out his destiny with no power to change anything. Only the magical ability to see the train coming, but no power to move out of the way. If he's just a mindless vessel for the cosmic forces and has no agency, that's better, right? But this is what confuses me. I don't think that illusion is comforting. And I do think that if I had no agency whatsoever over my fate, well, that does make my choices less meaningful. No, I made this video because I just woke up one day and said, fuck it, I'm going to destroy astrology. I don't need permission from the planets or the stars to do fucking anything I want. Let them try to stop me. I made this choice because that's what I wanted to do. I make the decisions around here, capiche? I create meaning in my own life by doing things I choose to do and sharing it with other people. I love humanity in general. I mean, there's people I don't like, but I want humanity to thrive, to flourish. I want to see the world become a better place for myself, my family, my friends, my loved ones, and all of our descendants. And I think the world would be a better place without astrology. So in some small, trivial way, I'm trying to make the world a better place here, people. Yeah, and by the world, I mean planet Earth, for the record. I don't give a fuck about Mars. When I say that we make our own meaning in our lives, that doesn't mean we just need to mindlessly follow our most base appetites for pleasure. You don't need a god or astrology to prevent you from falling into hedonistic nihilism. Compassion for your fellow organisms, a secular humanism aimed at increasing everyone's well-being should be sufficient. But astrologers do correctly pinpoint that this lack of meaning is a problem in our world today. But there are still some meaningful things you can do to try to change the world for the better, rather than just get on a fucking spaceship to Cloud Cuckoo Land. Meaning is something that only exists in the human consciousness. Without humans, there is no meaning to anything. I'm sorry if you don't want to hear that, but we made up the concept of meaning. It doesn't exist on Mars. Nothing, not even the brightest star in the universe, can give your life meaning except for you and the other lives you touch here on Earth. If you're going through a rough time and astrology brings you peace and gives you meaning and helps you feel like everything is gonna be okay, then I get it. Hey man, it's probably better than heroin. But like drugs, that comforting feeling comes with a cost. It's going to debilitate you in other ways. And true peace requires a sober view of humanity's plight. And true meaning is something you can only get from other apes. When things go wrong, you can always turn to astrology to soothe the pain, but part of your hero's journey will be learning to live without it. So when someone tells you their star sign at a bar, unfortunately that really doesn't actually give you any information about their personality or their life or anything. The only single thing that you can deduce if someone tells you their star sign, if someone indicates that they believe in astrology, all we can learn is that they've probably had a rough time with life, so hey, go easy on them. Despite what astrologers say, we humans can indeed change our minds. And to all my fellow apes who've stuck with me all the way here to the end, I want to thank you for sharing this brief cosmic transit of my life with yours. It does mean a lot to me. So yeah, that's about it, guys. Let's end on a good note, and something that I will give to astrologers is I do want to say real quick, I do appreciate the aesthetic of astrology. I like the astrologer starting class in Elden Ring. I think it's cool in the context of art. I do think it's all fascinating from a historical perspective. I like when Kendrick says he's still an old school Gemini. I like when Joni says she was born
with the moon in Cancer.
I love going camping and gazing up at the stars. I really do love the orbs, guys. I love the orbs. I love watching sunsets. I love all the little ways humans dance upon the terrestrial stage to these unimaginably distant lights of the cosmos. I love the moon. I love all moons. This is all the coolest shit ever. There's no doubt there. We should revere the cosmos in poetry. We should contemplate its mystery and grandeur. We should ponder the orbs and create great art in their honor and work to build machines to guide us there one day. I love all the other galaxies too. I love black holes and whatever the fuck dark matter is and all that shit that I will never truly understand. I love the mystery. I am so happy we still live amongst the unfathomable. How stifling, how dreary to have all the cosmic lights reduced to a crude two-dimensional chart scribbled by an old pompous Greek. How sad to denigrate the cosmos to a Ouija board party game that comments on the most petty concerns of one small clan of insignificant apes who only recently left the cave of ignorance and are still just beginning to get to know their own home. How woeful it is to be an astrologer, to be given the light of the universe and to just dampen it, to darken it, to
diminish.
Shut the fuck up, Kelly. Wow. There's not much else to say. All right, my dire astrological prediction. Right, your shoes are gonna be like untied later or something. Anyway, thank you so much for watching until the end. Shout out to my amazing patrons. I truly appreciate all of you so much for your support. You're the real stars in my system. So may the moon bless you. May Jupiter bring you presents and candies. And make sure you like, comment, and subscribe if you want to help out the channel. And I'll see you guys next time. Cheers, y'all.
Welcome to the studio for a second time. We had a little bit of a Uranus transit, did we not?
We did. This is attempt number 2 to record this episode, and we started recording about an hour ago, and then 30 seconds, I think, into it, the power cut off in the entire building, and Saturn was actually right on the ascendant in Aquarius at that moment, and we lost power for about an hour.
What time is it exactly?
It's 4:58, so that must have happened at like 4:57. You want to write that down?
Yep, I do.
Isn't Saturn like right on the ascendant? It is. It's at 7. The ascendant's at 7:12. And Saturn's at 7:21.
Yeah, completely. Everything just went absolutely dark, like a Uranian lightning strike. We couldn't have planned it better or worse.
Right.
And in fact, the power came back on as Jupiter hit the ascendant. It just blipped on just slightly, and then when Pisces began to rise, Jupiter's domicile, then we were able to begin recording again. The timing is just crazy.
Yeah, I love that. Like, there's like a couple of major like astrology skeptics. It's really funny that I know that have like Saturn and a night chart in the 9th house.
Yeah.
And have like dedicated themselves to like, proving that astrology is false, which I always think is really funny because it's like the astrology itself is showing that they would.
They would do that.
You hate divination. You have an out of sex Saturn in the 9th.
In the 9th.